Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage our Master of Ceremonies, Dr. Rolinda Carter.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the arrival of the Governor of St. Martin, His Excellency Ajamu Bailey and Ms. Janik Bailey Colvin. Please remain standing for the Wilhelmus on violin by Nia Calmera of the National Institute of Arts, followed by the St. Martin song performed by Joel Morris of Charlotte Brookson Academy.
Good morning, everybody. Well, over the world, say where you find an island there, so lovely, small, with nations free, with people French and Dutch, though talking English much, as the St. Martin in the sea. Oh, sweet St. Martin's land, so bright by beach and strand, with sailors on the sea and harbors free, where the chains of mountains green variously in sunlight sheen. Oh, I love thy paradise, nature's beauty fairly nice. Oh, I love thy paradise, nature's beauty fairly nice. Saint Martin, I love thy name. in which Columbus' fame and memories of old are close. For me a great delight, by Southern Cross the night. May God the Lord protect thy coast. Oh, sweet St. Martin's land, so bright by beach and strand, where sailors on the sea and harbors free, where the chains of mountains green variously in sunlight sheen. Oh, I love thy paradise, nature's beauty fairly nice. Oh, I love thy paradise, nature's beauty fairly nice. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those beautiful renditions. Ladies and gentlemen, you may now take your seats. Your Excellency, Governor Bailey and Mrs. Bailey Colfin, President of Parliament, the Honorable Ms. Sarah Westcott Williams, Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Luke Mercelina, Honorable Members of Parliament, Honorable Members of the Council of Ministers, Her Excellency Acting Governor of St. Martin, Dr. Emiko Birdlake, AUC Senior Associate Dean, Medical Education, Dr. Magna Kwiatkowska, Secretary General of the various High Council, advisory bodies, and ministries, representative of the Netherlands in St. Martin, Mr. Ilko Bosma, former Presidents of Parliament, former Prime Ministers, former members of the High Council, former Governor and keynote speaker, Dr. Randus Eugene Holliday, former Lieutenant Governor and featured speaker, Mr. Franklin Richards, attorney, member of the Council of Advice and featured speaker, Mrs. Nancy Guicha-Joubert, former member of the Kingdom Council of State on behalf of St. Martin, former minister and featured speaker, Mr. Dennis Richardson, joining us virtually, former member of the Kingdom of Council of States on behalf of St. Martin and featured speaker, Ms. Maria van der Sluits-Plants, joining us virtually, former Minister of Plenipotentiary and featured speaker, Ms. Irene Reuter, policy advisor, researcher, and featured speaker, Ms. Carla Flan, Chief of Police and featured panelist, Mr. Carl John, Senior Director of Caribbean Government Relations from Adtalem, Ms. Khalil Peters, members of the clergy, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, whether you are joining us here in person or virtually, good morning. I am Dr. Rolinda Carter, and I am honored to serve as your Master of Ceremonies today. On behalf of the Governor of St. Martin, His Excellency Ajamu Bailey, I hereby bid you a warm welcome to this 12th Annual Governor's Symposium held under the theme, 15 Years of Constitutional Autonomy, Achievements, Lessons, and Prospects. Since 2012, the Governor's Symposium has served as a unique platform to reflect on the issues that shape our nation's development, from good governance and education to sustainability and nation building. As we mark 15 years of country status, today offers a moment to look back on our journey, reflect on the lessons learned, and look ahead to a more resilient and sustainable St. Martin. Together, We will revisit the road to 10-10-10, explore the laws and structures that shape our governance, and discuss the social and economic dimensions of autonomy. It is a time to be proud of how far we've come, mindful of what lies ahead, and reminded of the unity and shared purpose needed to move us forward. Today, you can journey along with me by following the program that is available by scanning the QR code there. It is also on your table. Now, throughout the program, we invite you to participate actively by sharing your thoughts and responses using the Slido platform. To ensure that everyone is connected, please take a moment now and scan the QR code that is displayed on the screen. For those who may be unfamiliar, simply open your camera and point it towards the code and tap the link that appears, or you can go to slido.com/gov2025. I'll give you a little moment to connect to Slido. And we want to engage you from the very beginning with this first question. In one word, what do you think of when you hear 15 years of autonomy? Again, in one word, what do you think when you hear the word 15 years of autonomy? So in one word. So as you respond, the words will come up: growth, achievement, change, journey, responsibility, daunting, young country, change. There's a lot of responsibility. Nice. Democracy, growth, all right, so it's clear that we've seen growth over the last 15 years, and we're all responsible for our autonomy. Thank you so much for participating, and please keep your devices not too far but on silent, as we will be engaging you throughout the program. Now, before we continue, please take note that in the unlikely event of an emergency, kindly follow the instructions of the AUC staff on site. Once again, on behalf of His Excellency Governor Bailey, welcome to the 2025 Governor's Symposium. I trust that you'll find today's sessions both insightful and inspiring. Now, it gives me great pleasure to invite His Excellency Governor Bailey to deliver the opening address and officially open the symposium. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Governor Bailey.
Dr. Carter. Good morning to all who are joining us online and to you, distinguished guests here in the auditorium. Welcome to the 12th Annual Governor's Symposium titled 15 Years of Constitutional Autonomy, Achievements, Lessons, and Prospects. This status is not given. It is not something that happened to us. It is an act of self-determination. And as such, it was something we as a people had to work towards and for. And now, 15 years later, it is something that calls for us to continuously adjust and adapt to our circumstances for the benefit of the people of St. Martin. Although the achievements on our journey so far may be categorized as isolated and sporadic, acknowledgement of these achievements provide validation, drives motivation, and encourages us to take on future challenges. Not in the least of our achievements has been starting from a disadvantageous position and nevertheless succeeding in establishing, building, and maintaining certain institutions and departments from the ground up. One of which is our Constitutional Court, the only court of its kind within our kingdom, ensuring compliance of legislation with the Constitution. Noteworthy in this regard is also the Integrity Chamber. Notwithstanding the circumstances under which the chamber came into existence, they have been proving their added value by promoting and seeking to enhance integrity within government. While the achievements may have been few and far between, the lessons and areas for improvement have been in abundance. One area that stands out is the frequent changes in government, the instability with all its consequences, lack of policy continuity, lack of trust in institutions, lack of foreign investment, in short, lack of progress, all at the expense of the people. The focus needs to shift from politics and politicians to policies and people. The speakers, video presenters, and panelists today will give insight from their respective fields and experience on how we can capitalize on the lessons learned, with the keynote, bringing it all together and sharing with us some nuggets of wisdom as prospects for the future. The overall objective of the annual Governor's Symposium is the promotion of good governance. It is a platform for engagement on topics that are relevant to the time and issues pertinent to societal needs, and promotes and encourages discussion, presentations, and exchange of ideas that sensitize leaders of our society to develop initiatives directed at the further development and strengthening of programs and policies to improve St. Martin's resilience and sustainability, with the goal to further enhance the well-being of the people of St. Martin. Without further ado, I hereby declare the 2025 Governor's Symposium open. I hope you have an enjoyable experience and that you leave here today inspired. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for setting the tone for this year's symposium through your thoughtful and inspiring opening words. Your reflection reminds us that autonomy is just not a status, but a responsibility, one that demands awareness, unity, steadfast progress, a shift from politics to people as we continue to build St. Martin, the St. Martin we envision. We now turn to the Honorable Prime Minister of St. Martin as he shares with us the government's perspective on this timely theme. Dr. Luc Marcelina is the Honorable Prime Minister of St. Martin, a visionary leader, seasoned legislator, and highly respected medical professional. His public service began as a Member of Parliament from 2018 to 2020, where he earned recognition for his bold and people-centric approach to governance. A distinguished surgeon by profession, Dr. Marcelina began his medical journey at Maastricht University in the Netherlands, earning his degree in 1990. He practiced as a family physician in Curaçao before completing his surgical training at the University of Leuven in Belgium. After practicing in the Netherlands, he returned to the Caribbean in 1999 as a general surgeon at the St. Martin Medical Center, serving with dedication for over a decade before later joining Maastricht University as a professor. In 2016, he returned home to further contribute to national development, founding the Unified Resilient St. Martin Movement, URSM, to build a stronger, more self-reliant nation. Today, as Prime Minister, Dr. Marcelina brings a unique blend of medical surgical precision international perspective, and a heartfelt patriotism to the helm of government, charting a resilient and forward-looking path to St. Martin. Now, please join me in welcoming the Honorable Prime Minister of St. Martin, Dr. Luc Marcelina.
Thank you for the introduction. Distinguished guests, as protocol has already been established, good morning. I think the real question that we must ask ourselves today is not what the past 15 years have done to St. Martin, but rather how has our long and complex history shaped these past 15 years of autonomy. I think it's a big difference in looking to these 15 years. Today we look not only at 15 years since 10-10-10, but I think to a time span of approximately only 170 years of turbulent, impactful development of our constitutional status. Actually, for me, it's only 4 generations for me to have an imagination about the time span that I'm talking about. It's only 170 years of struggle, determination, and resilience. For me, this story is of my great-grandfather that I didn't know, my grandfather that I knew, my father, of course, and myself, just for you to realize what for a short period we are talking about. What were actually the constitutional interventions and evolutions that took place? You have to realize that we are a child born in a house. And you have to realize that it will be, and I will mention that, 13 different intervention moments actually manipulating, reforming the same people of St. Martin. It's as if you have a child in a house and you change the rules of the house 13 times. Let's start with the changing rules that took place. From 1828 to 1845, we had the leeward colony of Curaçao, Aruba, and St. Martin, and the windward colony existing of St. Martin, Statia, and Saba. They were merged together with Suriname. This construction formed part of the Dutch West Indies possession. In Dutch, de Nederlandse West-Indische bezettingen. And then in 1845, again, a new restructure took place. The administrative union with Suriname was all of a sudden dissolved, and the 6 islands were merged into one colony, the colony of Curaçao and its dependencies, what we call in Dutch, Kolonie Curaçao en diens onderhorigheden. These islands were all governed from Willemstad, Curaçao, but I can tell you, St. Martin was not amused with this change. And then we make a shift from 1845 to 1863, the abolition of slavery. Do not underestimate what that does with the people. And then from 1863, we move forward to 1945. Indonesia, that was part of the structure, declared itself independent. And 4 years later, in 1949, the Netherlands recognized it, and what was once the United Kingdom of the Netherlands all of a sudden became the Kingdom of the Netherlands. And then we move forward to 1948. During this roundtable conference between the Netherlands, Suriname, and 6 islands, again, a new constitutional status emerged. In 1949, revision of the Dutch constitution called the Grondwetherziening marked the birth of country of the Netherlands Antilles. And then again, from 1948, being Netherlands Antilles, we moved to 1951. The island regulation era was implemented. What was that actually? That was each island obtained its own elected island council with commissioners and a lieutenant governor serving as the link to the central government in Curaçao and Willemstad. That was not enough. In 1954, the charter, the highest regulation within the kingdom, was drafted. An adjustment moment, again, for the people of St. Martin. Then we jump to 1983. In 1983, the Round Table Conference in Den Haag took place. The future constitutional status of the Netherlands Antilles was discussed. The main outcome was the decision to grant Aruba separate status. We went from 6 islands to 5 islands in 1983, and Aruba got the separate status called the status aparte. It was not enough. In 1994, the first referendum was held on the Windward Islands. The referendum produced a clear outcome that everybody expected or not, but we decided we want to stay in the constellation of the Netherlands Antilles. Again, restlessness. 2000 again, there was again a referendum in St. Martin, and all of a sudden now the outcome is we want a own status. 10 years later, let's move on with the same people, making them more confused. We have again, in 10-10-10, the Netherlands Antilles was dissolved, and St. Martin obtained country status. And now it starts. It was not full country status in the true sense of the word. It was and remains a constituent state instead of a country. And this because a country by definition is a well-defined territory with full political independency. By that definition, St. Martin is not a country, and that is the constitutional reality we live in today. All the changes since 1845 have influenced the dynamics of the mutual relationship among the stakeholders in the kingdom, right up to the present day. Moving forward after 10-10-10, we also made some errors. And I want you to realize what I'm telling you. We became, for example, hypnotized by the idea of independence till 10-10-10. From the very day we achieved country status, we were carried away on an emotional journey, constantly trying to prove to motherland that we could stand on our own. We were so focused on proving ourselves that we forgot something very essential: to build constructive and sustainable alliances with other Caribbean islands outside of the kingdom. It is unfortunate that it took the Trump tariff war to make us realize that we needed other countries in the Caribbean outside the kingdom to survive. What are now the lessons learned after this constitutional journey that I just explained to you? The first lesson for me and my country: independence pursued in isolation will not work for St. Martin. We cannot build our future by standing alone as we have been doing in the past 15 years. The second lesson: we must strengthen cooperation with other Caribbean islands and organizations such as the OECS and the CARICOM. The third lesson: 10-10-10 was a political decision. Please realize that, which cannot be reversed. Yet, we are still trying to do so, not realizing that it's not working anymore. The term Netherlands Antilles is gone. Yet we have reintroduced the same concept under the name CAS. For me, CAS is wishful thinking, because actually it replaced the concept of the Netherlands Antilles. It is time for St. Martin to redefine its own relationship with the Netherlands, just as Aruba and Curaçao must define theirs. Fourth lesson: We must stop looking back only to Aruba and Curacao when questions are posed by the Netherlands to the so-called Cas Islands. We continue to hold on this romantic belief only on a shared history. Instead, we must look to our closest other neighbors, for example, the French side, Anguilla, Ceiba, Statia, St. Kitts, Nevis, St. Bart's, and Montserrat. Actually, those islands face the same challenges that we face here in St. Martin with, for example, healthcare, education, climate change, and border control. Fifth lesson, a balanced national budget with a significant capex is the only tool that can justify a sustainable country status. However, there is a contradiction between the budget that we have, which keep us dependent on the Netherlands, and the illusion that we have a real country budget to propel St. Martin to a true country status. You cannot build a ministry or a nation without a proper budget. Lesson 6, you cannot build a country without a professional treasury, not to say a strong human resources. 7, we have, and that is sensitive, but I still have to mention it, we have an expensive, inflated constitutional structure for only 60,000 people, creating an illusion that we are a country. We have a council of advice, a general audit chamber, an ombudsman, a social economic council, an integrity chamber, a constitutional court, council of law enforcement. We carry the burden of an expensive hydrocephalus, a waterhead, an oversized institutional head for a very small community. This makes it almost financially unaffordable for a small community. Prospects. Let's look at the future. Let's see what lies ahead. The key question is, will we remain autonomous in a constituent state, or will we one day pursue full country status? In my opinion, St. Martin has, for now, a much greater chance of survival as an autonomous constituent state than by chasing an illusion of a country status. But that can only happen if we redefine the kingdom in its entirety. I truly believe that is possible. To make this redefinition work, there are several conditions that must be met. First of all, there must come an end to the promotion of the caste construction within the kingdom. That chapter is closed. We must establish direct individual relationship between the individual overseas countries in the Caribbean and the Netherlands. Second prospect, we must put an end to the country consultation that everybody is so hype about. We call that the Vierlanden overleg. The Netherlands until these no more exist. We have now our 4 different countries within the kingdom. It is time that our structures reflect our reality. Third prospect, the concept of a redefined kingdom must be based on differences and not on similarities. Our strength in this kingdom lies not in our uniformity and similarities, but in the diversity and the differences, in embracing what makes each of us unique. Fourth prospect, stakeholdership within the kingdom must be transformed into co-ownership. And fifth prospect, we must decolonize the lines of communication as individual countries towards the Netherlands. Today, between the government of St. Martin and the government of the Netherlands, there are at least 6 controlling and, to my idea, ineffective communication layers that weaken our dialogue and effectiveness. We have a governor, the minister of BZK, the state secretary that falls under the BZK, the Dutch CAS represented in Willemstad, the Dutch representation in Philipsburg, and finally also the minister plenipotentiary. If we truly wish to strengthen the kingdom, we must speak to each other directly as equal partners. For example, my dialogue partner as Prime Minister should be the Prime Minister of the Netherlands and not the State Secretary in the Netherlands. Sixth prospect, defense, healthcare, and education should be a shared responsibility within the kingdom. I have a few more, but let me skip a few. The 11th prospect, I will skip it too, because time is over. Only a few achievements, but I see that the PowerPoint is moving and not moving with me. Let's go to the achievements. We did great things in this country, and I'm going to show you one picture, and you can see it. We did great things in 15 years. We have had an airport, a harbor, an infrastructure and a causeway, the construction going on of the hospital, and the acute established containerized generators for GEBE, to mention a few. I'm going to end with the following sentence. We have inherited a history that has not always been ours to choose, but the future is ours to claim. This journey of 170 years reminds us that St. Martin has always been small in size, but great in spirit. May God bless St. Martin in great work of nation building. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Your reflection on our journey to 10-10-10, the 7 lessons you've learned, and the path forward has added great depth to today's discussion. And I love that you ended with the achievements that we have gained in the last 15 years. It is clear that autonomy was not given. It was built through vision, negotiation, and courage. We now turn our attention to the constitutional changes in historical context that have shaped St. Martin's journey. To guide us through this reflection, we'll hear from Mr. Franklin Richards, who served as Lieutenant Governor of the Island Territory St. Martin from September 2000 until October 2010. A graduate of Erasmus University Rotterdam with a master's degree in law, Mr. Richards was the first technical assistant of the St. Martin Dessen seconded by the Dutch Ministry of the Interior to serve as a lawyer within the local government administration. With decades of experience in public affairs, corporate governance, and institutional leadership, he continues to contribute to national development through roles with the Progress Committee, the Government Audit Chamber, SOAB, the St. Martin Volunteer Corps Foundation, VKS, and Justice for All Consultancy. A strong advocate of good governance, Mr. Richards remains deeply committed to promoting cooperation and partnership to strengthen the social, economic, and financial resilience of St. Martin, with the ultimate goal of improving the welfare and well-being of its people. Please join me in welcoming former Lieutenant Governor, Mr. Franklin Richards.
Good morning. Governor Bailey, thank you very much for this invitation that you have forwarded to me. I appreciate that very much. Behind every good man, there's a good woman, the First Lady. So you should welcome the First Lady as well. You know, I have the opportunity to be with our young people, but also have the opportunity to be with people like myself, seniors. The young people that I'm speaking about are the millennials, the Gen Zs, or Gen Ys, and the Gen Zs. particularly the Gen Zs, because I happen to be working, with the Gen Zs. And if I have to ask the Gen Zs anything about history of St. Martin, you know what? They go and they pull their phone. And they would say, Frank or Mr. Richards, then they're very respectful. And they'll go back into the history. But I realized by going back into the history, they knew nothing of how the constellation of St. Martin was. Nothing. They don't know nothing about the Erna. When you hear Erna, they think that's a name of some lady. That is not the case. But the Gen Zs, they are our foundation. So we have to make sure that we instill in them the norms and the values. Very important. So I will start with this story that I have this morning, and it has to do also with evolution. I've seen, for instance, my name move from Frankie to Kazakh. I've seen names of persons move that are in government to Minpress, to ministers, and I've seen names of people in office, in government office, move to Gov. So therefore, this story that I'm about to reveal really are for the Gen Zs, because they are our foundation and they should know our history. Imagine living in a country where the most important decisions about justice, education, finance, and foreign affairs were made hundreds of miles away by people you have never met. That was life in St. Martin before October 10, 2010. Today, I invite you to join me on a journey through St. Martin's constitutional evolution from the Eilandenregeling Nederlandse Antillen, the ERNA, established in 1951, to our own constitution on St. Martin, established at 10-10-10. But to truly understand that journey, we must look at the Staatsregeling van de Nederlandse Antillen, the Constitution of the Netherlands Antilles, adopted in 1954. It formed the legal backbone of the Netherlands Antilles, comprising of the island territories of Curaçao, Aruba, Bonaire, St. Martin, St. Eustatius, and Sable. It established the main institutions of government, guaranteed fundamental rights, and defined the relationship between the central government and the island territories. This is a story of transformation, responsibility, and maturity. The story of how St. Martin came into its own. The saying, without knowledge of your past, it can be difficult to set meaningful goals or have a clear vision for the future. The past informs what we want to carry forward and what we want to change. These words are quite fitting in the context of this story. Before 10-10-10, St. Martin was part of the Netherlands Antilles, a country within the kingdom governed by the Staatsregeling Nederlandse Antillen. That constitution outlined the form of government, the separation of powers, fundamental rights, and the autonomy of each island. For St. Martin, this was detailed in the ERNA, which provided for four main pillars of local governance. The Island Council, elected by the people. The Executive Council, or local executive branch appointed by the Island Council. The Lieutenant Governor, appointed by the Crown, representing the Antillean Authority, chairing both the island and the executive councils, and serving as local chief of police. The island secretary, the highest ranking civil servant, supporting both councils in the administration of government. Over time, a new political figure emerged, the leader of government, who became the political face of St. Martin. I recall a memorable exchange with the then leader of government, Mrs. Sarah Westcott Williams, now President of Parliament. She once asked me, very politely and smiling, "Gezag, do you know the difference between the lieutenant governor and the leader of government?" I paused, and she replied, "The lieutenant governor works for the crown, and the leader of government works for the crowd." I also smiled and responded, "True, but we share one thing in common. We both serve the crowd." That moment has always stayed with me because even then, governance was ultimately about service to our people. Yet under the Staatsregeling and ERNA, our powers were limited. Most authority rested with the central government in Willemstad, Curaçao. Decisions on justice, finance, and foreign relations were made far away. For many St. Martiners, our voices felt like echoes in a distant chamber. There came a push for change. By the 1980s and 1990s, tourism has transformed our economy, and it became clear that St. Martin's needed greater authority to shape its own future. Aruba's successful transition to country status in 1986 showed that that change was possible. In 2000, St. Martin held a referendum. 69% of voters chose a new part, a country within the Kingdom of the Netherlands. That decision set in motion a process of profound constitutional reform. Two roundtable conferences paved the way. In 2005 and 2010. 2005 confirmed the dismantling of the Netherlands Antilles, granting St. Martin country status, and secured debt relief with financial oversight. In 2010, finalized St. Martin's Constitution, defined the roles of Parliament, the Council of Ministers, and the Governor, and established the system of financial supervision. And so on October 10, 2010, St. Martin became a country within the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Country status, a new beginning. The constitutional transformation was profound. The Island Council was replaced by a 15-member parliament directly elected by the people. The Executive Council was replaced by a Council of Ministers headed by a Prime Minister, introducing a true parliamentary democracy. We gained autonomy over nearly all domestic affairs: justice, finance, education, healthcare, infrastructure, tourism, and economic policy. We got our own St. Martin House in The Hague, headed by our own Minister of Plenipotentiary. The kingdom retained responsibility for defense, foreign affairs, nationality, and safeguarding good governance and financial supervision. Most importantly, we adopted our own constitution enshrining democracy, human rights, and separation of powers. We also established key independent institutions. This can't be true. It's a story I'd like to get across. And it's like I'm waiting at the bus stop. But nevertheless, I'll continue my story. We also established key independent institutions: the Council of Advice, Ombudsman, Audit Chamber, Social and Economic Council, Integrity Chamber, and a constitutional code to safeguard good governance. Our governance was no longer an extension of Willemstad, it became our own. But I believe we missed an opportunity along the way. While the Dutch government assumed 70% of the Netherlands Antilles debt and provided financial oversight, there was no dedicated transition budget made available for St. Martin to handle its new daunting role and task of a country. Working at Binalon Sezake, I know how that goes when a transition takes place with a municipality. There's always a transition budget. A transition budget is simple financial support to help a new country build capacity through training, having the right tools from day one to handle this new role and task to govern adequately. As I argued at the time, a transition budget would have given St. Martin its politicians, its civil servants, its people, the necessary governance tools to succeed in this new reality. Instead, we were handed the keys to the house, but with little time or resources to learn how to manage it. And after 12 cabinets, since 10-10-10, we now see more than ever how essential that early investment would have been. In 2020, as part of the COVID recovery effort, St. Martin and the Netherlands signed country packages emphasizing on reforms in financial management, public sector governance, taxation, education, healthcare, and more to help build capacity to govern appropriately. These are important steps of a transition budget, which we must continue. Ladies and gentlemen, our powers today are far greater than under the ERNA and the Netherlands Antilles staatsregeling. But with greater power comes greater responsibility and accountability. If we truly want to lead St. Martin forward, not just to survive, but to thrive, we must plan boldly for the future. This is why I strongly believe it is time for establishing a transition budget. I'm making an appeal to all those responsible in government, whether in Parliament and whether in the Council of Ministers. One that empowers our nation to become more self-reliant and targets the following key areas: continued implementation of the trust fund, the country packages, and European funding, climate resilience and sustainable energy, infrastructure and disasters preparedness, green economic growth and innovation, poverty alleviation, creating partnerships between the public sector, the business community, and the civil society. This is not just about money, but about preparing St. Martin to govern itself well, to protect its people, and to build a sustainable future. As I mentioned before, without the transition budget, we were handed the keys to the house with little time or resources to learn how to adequately manage our house. Over time, our house, the system of governance that shelters and shapes our nation, has revealed itself to be complex, layered, and deeply interdependent, and has become harder to manage. To provide some insight on the complexity of our house, I have put together for today's occasion a simple governance and competence matrix that shows, giving the allotted time, a few rooms of our house, representing the key area of government in country St. Martin we were given to. Conclusion: the journey from the staatsregeling to the Constitution of St. Martin is more than an evolution, more than a legal evolution. It is the story of a people claiming their right to shape their own destiny. It marks our commitment to self-determination, democracy, and good governance. Now is the time to take the next step forward. With bold vision, homegrown innovation, and genuine partnership with countries of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, with our regional neighbors, let us write the next chapter in St. Martin's story. A chapter defined by building a government that is financially strong, transparent, and accountable, strengthen corporate governance across government-owned and subsidized entities through clear rules, performance standards, and transparency. Investing in our young people through quality education and meaningful opportunities. Creating green, resilient economy driven by tourism, technology, and sustainable energy. Ensuring safety and security for all. Investing in sustainable infrastructure and comprehensive disaster preparedness. Reducing poverty and inequality. And again, creating partnership between the public sector, the business community, and civil society. Ensuring that every St. Martiner is included and benefits from our nation's progress. Finally, to quote Mrs. Sarah Westcott Williams on St. Martin's becoming a country within the Kingdom of the Netherlands, yes, she said, we are still part of the Dutch Kingdom. And yes, we are bound by rules and agreements with kingdom partners. But the success of our fledgling country starts with us all. Let us join hands together, crown and crowd, to build a stronger St. Martin nation through open dialogue, general collaboration, shared responsibility, integrity, accountability, good governance, a nation that is resilient, sustainable, and thriving. I thank you.
A wealth of knowledge. Thank you so much, Mr. Richards, for your reflection and reminding us how far we've come in building greater autonomy and stronger institution, the importance of having a transition budget, and keeping our focus on sustainable development and funding for the future. Thank you. St. Martin enjoys country status within the kingdom and remains connected through the Charter of Kingdoms of the Netherlands. The next speaker will highlight key kingdom laws that continue to define this connection. Mrs. Nancy Guichard-Joubert graduated in 2008 with a master's degree in law with specialization in constitutional and administrative law, as well as civil law at the University of Groningen in the Netherlands. After obtaining her law degree, she entered into service of the Dutch government, first as the Ministry of Traffic and Water Management, and subsequently at the Ministry of Interior Affairs and Kingdom Relations. At the latter, she worked on legislation related to the dismantling of the Netherlands Antilles and legislation of the Best Islands, acquiring expertise on legislative technique and procedures. In August 2010, Mrs. Guichard-Joubert moved to St. Martin and joined the Department of Legal Affairs and Legislation, responsible for drafting legislation and providing legal advice to the entire government apparatus. From 2012 to 2020, Mrs. Guichard-Joubert served in leadership roles within the Parliament of St. Martin, including Secretary General, where she gained extensive experience in constitutional and kingdom law, parliamentary procedures, and legislation. Since March 2025, she served as a member of the Council of Advice of St. Martin. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Guichard-Joubert to the podium.
Protocol having been established, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, good morning. It is both an honor and a pleasure to be present here today in order to provide information on consensus kingdom laws in general, their establishment, their importance in our legal framework, and the relationship between these kingdom laws on one hand and the autonomy of the countries within the kingdom on the other. I would like to take this opportunity to extend a special thank you to His Excellency, the Governor, and the organizing committee of this Governor Symposium 2025 for considering me for this task. Today might feel a bit like a history lesson because I too, as the previous speakers, the Honorable Prime Minister and Mr. Richards, will delve briefly into our constitutional history to get a better understanding of the topic that I will be highlighting today, which is consensus kingdom laws. And I also believe we need to know where we come from in order to know where we are going. Having said that, last Friday, October 10th, 2025 marked exactly 15 years since St. Martin became a constituent country within the Kingdom of the Netherlands. While we officially commemorated this milestone on Monday, October 13, 2025, Constitution Day, the purpose of today's symposium is precisely to reflect and evaluate the constitutional journey our country has been on for the past decade and a half. To reflect on this constitutional journey requires us to briefly go back to the beginning of the modern-day history of our kingdom, which started with the promulgation of the Charter of the Kingdom on December 29, 1954. I will not be going back 170 years, so I'll start in 1954. That promulgation heralded the beginning of a new era for the Netherlands and its former colonies, a new legal order, often termed as sui generis, which is Latin for its own kind or unique, was established, which in fact created a kingdom of the Netherlands in a new jacket. This new legal order was characterized by the participating entities taking care of their own interest, independently on one hand, and on the other hand, jointly taking care of their common interest on an equal footing, as well as providing mutual assistance to one another. While in December 1954, the Kingdom of the Netherlands still comprised of the Netherlands, Suriname, and the Netherlands Antilles, of which St. Martin was one of the 6 island territories, with the independence of Suriname in 1975, the kingdom consisted of only 2 countries until 1986. In 1986, Aruba attained its separate status and became the 3rd country within the kingdom. For 24 years, the constellation of the kingdom remained unchanged until on October 10, 2010, the Netherlands Antilles was dismantled. Curaçao and St. Martin also attained a separate status similar to Aruba, and Bonaire, Saba, and Statia became part of the Netherlands as public entities, the so-called openbare lichamen. This legal order that came into being in 1954 and that is laid down in the Charter, makes a clear distinction between the country's own interests, which are autonomous matters, and the common interests, which are kingdom matters. What kingdom matters are can be found in Article 3, Paragraph 1 of the Charter. More concretely, it concerns topics such as defense, foreign relations, Dutch nationality, the setting of general conditions for the admission and deportation of foreigners, extradition, just to name a few. Other kingdom matters can be found in Article 43, Paragraph 2 of the Charter. The point of departure of Article 43 is that each of the countries within the kingdom is responsible for the realization of fundamental human rights and freedoms, legal certainty, and sound governance in its own country. This can be found in Paragraph 1 of said article. Only when the countries fail can the kingdom step in to guarantee said rights and freedoms. This is the so-called guarantee function, which can be found in Paragraph 2. Furthermore, Article 5, Paragraph 1 of the Charter determines that the stipulations in the Constitution of the Netherlands, the Grondwet, that contain kingdom law, for example, with regards to the king and succession to the throne, are kingdom matters as well. Thus, the list of subjects that are kingdom matters, as mentioned in Article 3, paragraph 1, Article 5, paragraph 1, and Article 43, paragraph 2 of the Charter, is exhaustive. All other subjects which are not on that list are autonomous matters and fall exclusively under the jurisdiction of the countries. This means that the countries are at liberty to regulate these matters themselves, at least in theory. Whereas kingdom matters, as per Article 14 of the Charter, are regulated by kingdom law or kingdom decree containing general measures, provided a few exceptions, of course, autonomous matters can be regulated by mutual agreements, the so-called onderlinge regeling, in accordance with Article 38, paragraph 1 of the Charter. These mutual agreements are not necessarily bound by a particular format, vormvrij, they are vormvrij. The countries can also voluntarily, with emphasis on voluntarily, opt to regulate autonomous matters by kingdom law on the basis of Article 38, paragraph 2 of the Charter. This is, however, by no means an obligation. It is precisely this group of kingdom laws, as referred to in Article 38, paragraph 2 of the Charter, the so-called consensus kingdom laws, that we will focus on and delve a bit deeper into this morning. The countries may opt to regulate an autonomous matter by consensus kingdom law in order to cooperate with each other where certain subjects are concerned, as this can be more beneficial for the several countries and or to maintain legal certainty within the kingdom. Remarkably, the terminology consensus kingdom law does not appear as such in the Charter. However, the term has been occasionally used in legal literature since the beginning of the 90s of the previous century. This legal instrument underwent a true renaissance since its appearance in the so-called slotverklaring, the final declaration, dated November 2nd, 2006, in which delegations from the Netherlands, Antilles, the island territories of Curaçao and St. Martin, in preparation for the dismantling of the Netherlands Antilles, agreed to regulate a number of subjects such as the judiciary, the Public Prosecutor's Office, the police, and financial management. This slotverklaring was a direct result of the referendum of June 23, 2000, in which the majority of the population of St. Martin opted for a separate status. Up until the slotverklaring, the term consensus kingdom law was a relatively unknown phenomenon, a scarcely used instrument, and if used at all, predominantly used for technical matters on kingdom level, such as taxes, patents, customs, and the Coast Guard. According to the procedure that is laid down in Articles 15 till 22 of the Charter, kingdom laws, in general, are established by the kingdom government and the States General, which is the first and second chambers. They establish such a kingdom law jointly. In this procedure, draft kingdom laws can originate from the kingdom government or the States General. Additionally, the minister plenipotentiary can come with a draft kingdom law by proposing to the second chamber to come with such a draft law. Article 15, paragraph 3 of the Charter. We have actually recently seen that the Minister Plenipotentiary of Aruba made use of this opportunity by submitting a draft kingdom law to establish the long-awaited dispute regulation for the kingdom. The legislative procedure for the establishment of kingdom laws is furthermore characterized by several elements to ensure and safeguard the involvement of the Caribbean countries of the kingdom. The parliaments of the Caribbean parts of the kingdom have the right, in accordance with Article 16 of the Charter, to, prior to the handling of the draft, investigate said draft and bring out a written report to express their views. The minister plenipotentiary can in turn make the position of his or her government known in an early stage during the deliberations of the Kingdom Council of Ministers, Article 12 of the Charter. He or she can also attend the handling of the draft in both chambers of the States General, provide information, propose amendments, and express his or her views on the draft, Articles 17 and 18 of the Charter. Special delegates appointed by the parliaments of the countries have these same rights. Foregoing, of course, highlights the importance of the role of the minister plenipotentiary in the legislative process, which was also underscored in the advice of the Kingdom Council of State of October 16, 2024, titled 70 Years Charter of the Kingdom, Cooperation Based on Mutual Understanding. Given this importance, the Council recommended the position of the minister plenipotentiary to be strengthened. Now, circling back to the consensus kingdom law, I just gave a brief explanation of the process of a kingdom law in general, but what makes a consensus kingdom law so special? The legislative process to establish a consensus kingdom law in principle does not significantly differ from that of a regular kingdom law, which was just described. The key is that in the case of a consensus kingdom law, there needs to be consensus between the countries about the format and the content of the law throughout the entire legislative process. If at any moment said consensus is lost, the process would need to be halted. At least, that is the general consensus in legal literature, as the charter itself is not too clear about this consensus requirement. This conclusion is entirely logical, though, as with the establishment of a consensus kingdom law, the autonomy of the countries and therefore the equality of the kingdom partners during the process should always be preserved, as the consensus kingdom law precisely makes the countries lose a part of their autonomy once the law is adopted. Were this not the case, then it would constitute an infringement on said autonomy of the countries. Going briefly back to the moments prior, the period prior to the dismantling of the Netherlands Antilles, in those negotiations regarding the dismantling of the Netherlands Antilles and the obtaining of country status by Curaçao and St. Martin, the establishment of consensus kingdom laws on the mostly judicial subjects outlined in the slotverklaring was an important condition set by the Netherlands for obtaining the status of autonomous countries by the two islands and for the debt relief that would be provided by the Netherlands. As the Netherlands was only willing to cooperate if these conditions were met, the question can arise to what extent there was voluntary participation and consensus by the countries in this process. As a matter of fact, it is my understanding that during the handling of these consensus kingdom laws in the chambers of the States General in April 2010, consensus was lost in certain instances which prompted frantic deliberations to maintain or perhaps return to said consensus. Consequently, the establishment of these consensus kingdom laws unleashed a lot of discussion leading up to 10-10-10 and beyond, and has led to a degree of apprehension from the Caribbean countries of the kingdom in the post-10-10-10 era, where consensus kingdom laws are concerned. An example is the process surrounding the establishment of the consensus kingdom law, COHO. Another point that has stirred up quite some discussion is the termination of consensus kingdom laws. The charter itself does not explicitly regulate this matter. The general consensus, however, in legal literature is that a consensus kingdom law should be able to be terminated as it is a regulation that is entered into voluntarily. It is therefore desirable that said termination is included in the consensus kingdom law itself. In this context, it is curious to see that the latter does not always take place. I want to briefly mention the 5 mostly judicial consensus kingdom laws that were established in connection with the dismantling of the Netherlands Antilles. 1, the Kingdom Law on the Common Court, Rijkswet Gemeenschappelijk Hof, which regulates the organization of the judiciary in the Caribbean parts of the kingdom with 1 common or appellate court and courts in first instance in each of the countries. Secondly, the Kingdom Law on Public Prosecutor's Offices, Rijkswet Openbare Ministeries, and Kingdom Law on Police, Rijkswet Politie, which regulate the structure, organization, and management of the public prosecutor offices and the police in the Caribbean parts of the kingdom. Fourthly, Kingdom Law on the Council for Law Enforcement, Rijkswet Raad voor de Rechtshandhaving, which regulates the establishment of the Council for Law Enforcement, which is a body tasked with the general inspection of the effectiveness and quality of numerous services and institutions that are part of the judicial chain in the Caribbean countries of the kingdom. And then lastly, and probably one of the most known, the Kingdom Law on Financial Supervision, the Rijkswet Financieel Toezicht, which regulates the financial supervision on the countries Curaçao and St. Martin. Coming back to the item, the matter of the termination of consensus kingdom law, the Kingdom Law on Public Prosecutor's Office, the Kingdom Law on Police, and the Kingdom Law on the Council for Law Enforcement, all three explicitly stipulate that the consensus kingdom law can only be amended or terminated by mutual agreement. Effectively, this means that the countries cannot unilaterally terminate or amend laws which put pressure on the concept of autonomy. The Kingdom Law on the Common Court of Justice for Aruba, Curaçao, St. Martin, Bonaire, Saba, and Statia does not even regulate anything about unilateral termination, which means that it is not possible to terminate it unilaterally either. The Kingdom Law on Financial Supervision, on the other hand, can be terminated every 3 years if the Kingdom Council of Ministers, based on a substantial recommendation from an evaluation committee, has determined that the country structurally complies with standards for sound budgetary policy. So far, such an evaluation has not led to the expiration and/or termination of this law for St. Martin. In its advice of October 2024, the Kingdom Council of State has rendered some recommendation with regards to the consensus requirement and the determination of consensus kingdom laws. The Council recommends the country to come with a procedural regulation for the establishment of consensus kingdom laws in which the involvement of the Caribbean country is better guaranteed, as well as procedural regulation pertaining to the termination of consensus kingdom laws. The principles regarding consensus applied in the connection with the dismantling of the Netherlands Antilles can be used as a blueprint for the regulation concerning the establishment of these laws. Our Council of Advice has agreed with these recommendations as well in its advice of March 18, 2025. Finally, given the hierarchy of consensus kingdom laws in our legal framework, as per Article 81 under C of the Constitution of St. Martin, actually even superseding our own constitution and national ordinances, their direct application and importance is undeniable. Seeing the lack of possibilities for St. Martin to unilaterally terminate the consensus kingdom laws, it can be expected that these laws, which were established in connection with the dismantling of the Netherlands Antilles, will continue to be around for a long time to come. In closing, moving forward through equality and understanding on both sides of the ocean is a prerequisite for the success or failure of the consensus kingdom laws in this kingdom. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Guichard-Joubert, for shedding the light on kingdom laws, their continuous relevance, and a reminder that they will be terminated once their purpose have been fulfilled. We now turn to the St. Martin's economy development and physical management over the past 15 years with a video presentation by Mr. Jason Lister, an economic analysis and research specialist at the Central Bank of Curaçao and St. Martin. Based in St. Martin office, he analyzes the island's real sector developments and macroeconomic outlook for the Central Bank's quarterly economic bulletin, its flagship publication. Mr. Lister previously served as Senior Policy Advisor on the secondment to the government of St. Martin. I now invite you to turn your attention to the screens.
Good day, everyone. Let me commend and congratulate His Excellency Governor Bailey and his committee for organizing this symposium and its thoughtful theme, 15 Years of Constitutional Autonomy, Achievements, Lessons, and Prospects. I'm sorry I can't join you in person on October 10, but I thank the organizers for the opportunity to be there virtually. 15 years have passed since St. Martin stepped out of the Netherlands Antilles and took its tentative first steps toward greater autonomy and self-government. And it seems that so much was packed into those 15 years that it can be difficult to discern the essential patterns. What conclusions can we draw? Where are we, and where will we be in another 15 years? Today, I hope to address some of these issues through a high-level economic overview from 2010 onward for some perspective. Since then, St. Martin has struggled with extraordinary challenges that have tested our personal and national resilience as a new country. Some of these challenges were self-inflicted, while others were simply beyond our control. What I hope to sketch is by no means exhaustive, but rather cursory and reflective on such an occasion. Like many small Caribbean islands, St. Martin's development is constrained by its lack of abundant resources and its limited land area. It has a small, open, and tourism-dependent economy, along with high import dependence. It's vulnerable to external shocks like hurricanes and economic crises abroad that impact the travel markets we depend on. But unlike many other islands, we also share a unique open border with Saint Martin that makes measuring our economy more complex. Now, please allow me to display the usual disclaimer before I move on. As of now, St. Martin's post-shock momentum has been largely driven by one of the fastest stay-over arrival recoveries in the Caribbean, coupled with a surge in construction. Cruise tourism's rebound has been slower but gaining momentum as the pandemic hit the global cruise industry particularly hard. It's expected that stay-over arrivals will surpass pre-Irma levels this year, a major milestone. But while St. Martin's tourism economy has demonstrated remarkable resilience since suffering extreme back-to-back shocks, it may now be at a critical point in our history. St. Martin's tourism density per square kilometer is the highest of any island in the Caribbean by far, raising justifiable concerns over carrying capacity. Looking back, our economy experienced 3 distinct periods since 2010 that differ from each other in their underlying characteristics. In the middle lie the extreme shocks and recovery cycles that punctuate our recent history. While on one end of the shocks lay a slow start, and on the other the potential for renewal, building on the post-shock momentum. In a way, we can imagine the economic journey of St. Martin since 2010 in 3 acts of a still unfolding drama in which we are the participants and the actors. You can see these periods reflected in our real GDP growth path over the past 15 years. The immediate post-2010 period was characterized by lackluster growth amid the start of a long trend of political volatility and policy discontinuity. Then came a period of dramatic contractions in GDP from the extreme and successive shocks of Hurricane Irma and the COVID pandemic, each followed by equally dramatic rebounds. Yet St. Martin's tourism product so far has demonstrated an ability to bounce back comparatively quickly. The post-shock period is characterized by a gradual deceleration, but on a higher growth path than the first period, as post-shock momentum continues in the near term, with growth expected to reach 2.8% this year and 2.4% next year, boosted by higher room inventory from the recent construction boom and the return of the airport to full operation. The trajectory of the public finances mirrored these 3 phases, and the shocks clearly put a strain on the government's ability to balance the budget, especially during the pandemic when global tourism ground to a virtual halt. In line with post-shock GDP growth, the current budget balance has improved and is expected to record surpluses in the near term. But we should acknowledge the critical role the Netherlands played in the aftermath of Hurricane Irma and during the tourism crisis brought on by the shutdown in travel during the pandemic. Without such assistance, the shocks would have been far more devastating and longer lasting. Emergency support immediately after the 2017 hurricanes and the pandemic in the form of emergency financing and technical assistance provided a key buffer against these shocks and prevented the deeper recessions we saw in other tourism-dependent Caribbean economies. St. Martin received zero-interest loans of about 20% of GDP to fund government operations and other essential services as revenues dried up. The $520 million grant, or roughly 32% of GDP according to IMF estimates, to finance the Trust Fund for Hurricane Reconstruction remains the principal source of public investment and a key driver of growth. Meanwhile, the public debt to GDP ratio has since increased dramatically from just 26.4% in 2010 to a projected 42.4% of GDP in 2025 because of the strains the extreme shocks put on public finances to soften their impacts, as well as the decline in the level of GDP. The unprecedented shocks made it necessary to request liquidity support from the Netherlands in the form of short-term interest-free loans. Nevertheless, a significant debt burden remains for the country to repay. So how have we fared economically as a country since 2010? What are the main threads that run through the tapestry of the information before us? Can we discern a pattern in the economic fabric? Because of the severity of the successive shocks, it can be difficult, but some broad outlines have emerged. For one, the structure of St. Martin's economy since 2010 remains essentially unchanged, with little to no meaningful diversification in the past 15 years. For example, tourism generated close to 70% of all foreign exchange earned in 2011 and is virtually the same in 2024. Tourism generates by far the largest share of our foreign exchange. Another fact that stands out since 2010 is the number of changes in government St. Martin has experienced in 15 years compared to its sister islands in the Dutch Caribbean. Given our 4-year electoral cycles, the norm is expected to be around 3, yet St. Martin has had 14. Such political volatility has hampered effective policy making and action, leading to uncertainty in the investment outlook. In addition, real GDP per capita has been on a declining trend since 2010. What it means, in effect, is that economic growth adjusted for inflation has not kept pace with population growth. Put differently, our standard of living has eroded over time. To be fair to St. Martin, the severe and successive shocks exacerbated the decline, but the trend appears to have started before. On the external front, St. Martin has lagged its regional peers when it comes to attracting foreign investment in the country as a proportion of its GDP. The reasons behind this are complex, but a contributing factor could be St. Martin's tourism maturity and diminishing capacity to absorb ever higher levels of tourists per year. Foreign investment is vital for small island economies in the Caribbean for job growth, capital, and knowledge transfer. The CBCS recently published research I've conducted on the topic. I hope you take the time to read it. The post-pandemic tourism boom led to an acceleration in the growth of short-term rentals, or STRs, in St. Martin, and it's rapidly changing the tourism landscape, growing to about 2/3 of traditional hotel room inventory in 2024. The IMF estimates their revenues to be significant, about 5.5% of GDP, with an average daily rate higher than most of the Caribbean. However, they have an unfair tax advantage compared to traditional hotels, while putting downward pressure on hotels' occupancy levels. STRs also have lower labor demand and generate fewer jobs. The tax potential of STRs is estimated at 1% of GDP, according to the IMF. Meanwhile, an energy crisis in 2024 plagued St. Martin with chronic blackouts as aging heavy fuel generators gave out amid a rapidly expanding economy and construction surge. While the crisis has abated, it came at a cost. The temporary replacement generators run on more expensive diesel, adding to already high kilowatt-hour costs versus the rest of the region. while per capita kilowatt supply has fallen since 2010. Replacement heavy generators are in order, but will take time to install, while no current renewable energy mix exists given the concession constraints on solar. Another urgent crisis looms large on the near horizon, closer than we think. Without reforms, the healthcare and pension funds are unsustainable. SZV's liquid reserves would be depleted by 2029, according to the IMF. Over the longer term, SZV would need government subsidies estimated at 1 to 1.5% of GDP annually to cover the deficits, further burdening the country's tenuous finances. And so, a common pattern that emerges from this presentation is change. Either change forced on us from outside or the need to change from within. Change needs to occur in our decision-making and policies to put Sint Maarten on a better economic footing for the coming decades. These changes should be made in tandem with a coordinated national effort, but we can start with the most urgent. Underpinning all these recommendations is the need for quality high-frequency statistics to inform decision-making and close data gaps. The open border with Sint Maarten only magnifies this need, which is why the CBCS recently signed an MOU with its French counterpart, IDOM. Continuous investment in skills training and staff, along with assistance from regional partners like CARTAC, should be actively pursued. Finally, I began this presentation with a striking fact. Sint Maarten has the highest tourism density per square kilometer of any tourism-dependent Caribbean island by a wide margin, even if we assume spillovers to Sint Maarten. The high-level strategy must be one where the country gradually pivots away from a growth model based on ever-increasing visitors to one more focused on increasing value per visitor and local participation. This can only be achieved through a concerted and broad-based national effort to reorient the trajectory of our tourism upmarket over the next decade through investments and upgrades. Change is the law of life, President John F. Kennedy once said, and those who look only to the past or present are certain to miss the future. It's up to Sint Maarten not to miss the future. Thank you.
Our sincere thanks to Mr. Lista for his insightful presentation, highlighting Sint Maarten's resilience, ongoing sector challenges, and need for continued reform and investment to drive sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a very, very, very short break. And we want to welcome you back. Please enjoy the refreshments in the foyer, and we will be back here at 10:40. 10:40. Okay? Thank you so much. Thank you for taking your seats. And it's clear that trying to fit 15 years in a short allotted time is difficult. But as a country, we've shown great resilience and overcome challenges, so I am sure we can embrace this challenge, right? So we ask our speakers to please remain within their allotted time. Autonomy strives when dialogue deepens. So in this next segment, we shift from presentation to conversation, a fireside chat on kingdom relations and collaboration. Joining us virtually are Ms. Irene Reuter and Ms. Maria van der Sluit-Splants. And joining us here in person is Mr. Dennis Richardson. Ms. Maria van der Sluit-Splants is a corporate lawyer who has held several key roles within the kingdom and for St. Martin, including Vice Chairman of the First Corporate Governance Council from 2009 to 2014, member of the CFT Curaçao and St. Martin from 2015 to 2018, and member of the Kingdom Council of State at the behest of St. Martin from 2018 to April 2025. She has recently been appointed as independent chair of the committee assessing the 2023 Kingdom Arrangements Corporation for Reform. Ms. Irene Reuter is a Crown-appointed member of the SEER, Supervisory Board member, former Member of Parliament, independent consultant, and founder of Lemonade BV. With her Caribbean roots in The Hague as her temporary home base, she moved effortlessly between politics, culture, and social innovation. She has held top positions in both St. Martin and the Netherlands, including Minister Plenipotentiary, and Secretary General. Irene is currently socially engaged in various leadership roles both in the Netherlands and in St. Martin. Mr. Dennis Richardson returned to St. Martin in 1994 as Lieutenant Governor after more than 30 years serving in various senior positions within the Dutch government. In that role, he successfully led the island out of higher supervision, spearheaded major post-hurricane recovery and development projects. In 2011, Mr. Richardson was appointed by the Kingdom government as member of the Kingdom Council of State. He has also served several companies on the island and also as Minister of Justice of St. Martin from 2013 to 2015. Mr. Richardson continues contributing to St. Martin in various leadership roles. Please join me in welcoming all three.
I was waiting on the prompt. Can you hear me, by the way? Can you hear me clearly? No. Turn to my left, see over. Hello? That's better? Okay, thank you. This session of about 15 minutes is called a Fireside Chat. That's appropriate for Maria and Maureen because they're in Holland and it's getting autumn and cold. So they need to sit by a fire chat. But in St. Martin, we usually do it under either the tamarind tree or under the flamboyant. Gives much coverage. So we'll have to rename this into fireside, flamboyant, or I don't know, cheat this chat. Maria and Maureen and myself have been in different kingdoms positions. The Council of State, Raad van State, and the Rijksministeraat, the Kingdom Council of Ministers. And I think it might be a good idea if each of us say something about what our experience in those kingdom organs, as it were. I'll start with Maria. And Maria, would you be so kind as to share your experience with us here in the hall?
Yeah, first of all, I want to congratulate St. Martin on the recent appointment of the new Councillor of State for the Kingdom at the behest of St. Martin, Mr. Randolph Duggins. And I'd like say something about my experience in being in the Council of State, because when I started, I talked with you, Dennis, and you were the first to take up the reign there. And you warned me that it was tough. So what I did when I started is with the members of Curaçao, Paul Prominencia, and Aruba, Mildred Schwengel, we kind of put our heads together and say, how are we going to do this? Because it was the first time since you left, Dennis, that we had the 3 councillors again. And we took a leaf of the book from Michelle Obama. She said, when you're together as minorities, she meant women on boards, then you need to amplify each other. And that's what we did. So if somebody made a comment in the Council of State meeting, the other one would amplify it, and the third one would amplify it again, and then somebody would pick it up and say, hey, that's a very good idea, and not leave each other hanging. We have experienced different sentiments among people in the Netherlands, in the places that we go, in the networks that we meet. And I think that Jorien probably has the same experience. You have lovers of the kingdom, you have haters of the kingdom, and you have people who are absolutely indifferent. And thankfully, they are in the majority, so we can work on them. That's what we did. That's what we did within the networks. That's what we did within the Council of State. And I must say, in working together with the lovers, with my colleagues from Curaçao and Aruba, we were able to make a difference on many occasions. But I don't want to hoard the 15 minutes that we have, so that is over to you.
Yes, then I would like to switch to Jorien. Jorien, could you tell us of your experience in the Kingdom Council of Ministers?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, or good morning still on St. Martin. I'm so happy that I'm able to still physically join in. It would have been different if, of course, we wouldn't have had Storm Jerry. Then I would have been in person, and it would have been lovely, of course, to see everybody's faces. It feels a bit abstract because I'm staring at Maria. I can't even see you, Dennis. So thank you so much for the invitation. I'm honored to be here 15 years down the line. And all these conversations that we had these last couple of days brought back memories of how, this country status came about, and the many ways that we all joined in and assisted. And with your question with regards to, my experiences with the relations of the kingdom relations, I must say, most of all, is what you make of it. So you can indeed, just like how Maria expressed the sentiment saying, it's an afterthought, it can be neglected, it can be, so passionate and important for so many others. All these experiences is what I've noticed when I was Minister Plenipotentiary in the Kingdom Council of Ministers, but also as more recently as Tweede Kamerlid, member of Parliament here in the Netherlands with Kingdom relations in my political portfolio. So the Kingdom relations, of course, have been going through highs and lows. We've experienced moments and negotiations where the knives were on the tables, when there much was at stake. And now I think it's more like, more friendly, more cooperative, and maybe also based on a better understanding of the last couple of years. Of course, in 2020, when I leaned in as to partake in the Dutch elections, it was partially because of the COHO, the consensus draft law that was on the table. St. Martin was on his knees. We had a pandemic. We had serious issues due to, indeed, as Mr. Lister also emphasized, the single pillar economy, and therefore sensitivities all associated with that. So the COHO was on the table then. The knives were on the table then because we felt completely, and rightfully so, affected in our autonomy, which we hard fought for hardly in the years leading up to 10-10-10. So with Coho off the table, a more collaborative type of understanding, funds indeed brought in to further strengthen and build capacity, an interest-free loan that came about after the pandemic, those type of matters, those type of decisions actually and policies definitely contributed to a better understanding and more positive confidence. So, of course, I can share so much more things in terms of, what did I do as Minister Plenipotentiary of the Kingdom Council of Ministers? When you sometimes, experience that it's a 10 minutes meeting sometimes, with minimal amount of subjects to be discussed, or how was it received after Hurricane Irma, when my main narrative was about St. Martin's resilience following Hurricane Irma. So it was more a manner of bringing, diplomacy to the table, because St. Martin was in a very sensitive position with the devastating impact of Irma. Then following, of course, in a different role as a member of parliament of a Dutch political party, then you experience like St. Martin, where is that? What is that about? Oh, isn't that in the same position as Bonaire, Saba, and Statia? No, it is a country within the Kingdom of the Netherlands. And that's then a story that you have to then even explain with Dutch politicians. That is supposed to be a so-called kingdom, a parliament with the absence of a real kingdom parliament. So my role there was one of building understanding, informing. Some members of parliament said, thank you when I left, because of my understanding and my insights have developed over the years, and of course, as politicians, we have to ensure that we make a difference for people. We can talk technocratic conversations, but ultimately it's about the difference you make to people in their well-being, their livelihoods, their families, their neighborhoods, etc. And I really hope that through, that kind of like adventurous move, I've been able to make a positive contribution for St. Martin. I've always kept St. Martin in my mind and always in my heart, still do. And it's already too long.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Irene.
Sometimes I get carried away.
We said beforehand, this is impossible for us. We as St. Martiners, we like to talk. I had great respect, and still have, for the Kingdom Council of State. They have many times stood up to the Dutch Council of Ministers. You could call it the Kingdom Council of Ministers, but really it was the Dutch Council of Ministers, against their approach sometimes to our islands. So it was for me a great honor to be a part of that organization. But I think the observation that was just made of the fact that it's not a simple organization as you would think, with everybody rowing in the same direction. There are indeed different persons with different perspectives as far as the islands is concerned. Some of them not really interested, like you said, and others who very conscientiously look at the islands and protect the discussions and lead the discussions in the Kingdom Council of State. And we have a lot to thank to the chairpersons who were there in the past years for keeping the organization on the right track, objective, and not one political direction or the other, but going into the facts and coming with solid advices. My experience with the Kingdom Council of Ministers, or the Dutch Council of Ministers really, it was not that friendly. I was made to wait a long time before I could enter the chamber. When you enter the chamber and you want to carry the word, you practically don't get enough time to be able to say what you wanted to say. And the topic that you came for would be over in less than 5 minutes. That's fast, as fast as it goes. And usually the only one who wants to say anything is the representative from St. Martin, because he's come there for a specific agenda point and wants to give his advice or give his opinion. And that's it, and they listen to you for a few minutes. The chairman hammers you off, and they go to vote, and that's it. So that Kingdom Council of Ministers is less objective in the approach to St. Martin than I experienced in the Kingdom Council of State. With that, I would like to ask my two compatriots whether they have something to add. It looks like we still have a few minutes.
What I would like to add is that in the network you build up when you're here in the Netherlands, I've been advocating one point, because the approach of the Netherlands towards St. Martin is much like they sit in an ivory tower, they think about a solution, and they say, okay, this is what you have to do. So my mantra was, we have to do more met en door de landen, with the countries together, and less over and for. So less about the country and for the countries. You have to do it with the countries. So this mantra is one that I've been advocating in The Hague. And I see with some of the initiatives that it is being taken up. So that's what I want to add, Dennis.
If I may,
Yeah.
to build on that, maybe, Dennis, what I consider, especially now, very, very promising, as it recently happened, is the submission of an initiative kingdom law by the countries themselves. I think it has never been done before. I think the focus was always on the Kingdom Council of Ministers, and now for the first time, Aruba, with explicit support by Curaçao and Aruba, Curaçao and St. Martin, submitted the draft dispute regulation that was pushed off the table after very, very heavy negotiations years ago in 2018 when I was Chefmin. And that is a promising change that Maria is referring to. We have to avoid that we have this reactive response. When the Dutch do something, we respond, and we have to have a more responsive, in our interest type of strategy. And I think this is one. I can recall when we were in the Interparliamentary Kingdom Relations Committee, and there were negative sentiments about, indeed, the fact that Aruba, last minute, it had passed the second chamber already, it was already met the first chamber for many, many years, and decided to say, like, we have second thoughts, and therefore the State Secretary then pulled it back in 2019, I believe it was, or 20. In the IPCO, the conversation was therefore again about the dispute regulation and the minimum requirements that would be necessary. I can recall with Paul Reusemuller the conversation in terms of how we're going to go about, and I really emphasized as an intervention at that time during some of those exchanges that the initiative would be brought by the Caribbean countries themselves, rather than an initiative coming from the side of the Dutch, where then indeed our Caribbean islands would then probably see the flaws again and not leading anywhere. So I am hopeful, therefore, in comparison to the previous years, and I really hope Caribbean countries will take more initiatives that clearly work in the interest of the Charter and the constitutional dynamics that we work in, as long as we make this issue, as long as we stay within the Kingdom of the Netherlands, of course, and that we also ensure that political representatives are well aligned and well prepared to ensure that the positive outcome of, for instance, such a draft law. So consensus laws, as Mrs. Joubert also highlighted, can be initiated by ourselves, can be brought forward by ourselves. And that requires then serious political, leaning in type of activities and collaborations to ensure that we get through. So I wanted to emphasize that as a novum. I don't think it has ever been done before. And normally it's done through the Kingdom Council of Ministers, but this time we have a draft law on the side of Parliament, which is a very interesting move.
Thank you, Jorien. We have more than used our 15 minutes. So thank you very much for sharing your experience and thoughts with all of us here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Much success.
Autonomy isn't just legal or economic, it's also lived in our culture. We now turn to Ms. Carla Vaughn to speak on the social and cultural dimensions of autonomy. Carla Vaughn is a policy advisor and researcher with experience across international organizations, government, and cultural preservation initiatives. As managing director at Tackling Law, she applies the multidisciplinary approach to legislative and policy development shaped by her work in Europe and the Caribbean. She holds degrees in world politics and international affairs. Her master's thesis examined the historical development of Caribbean on St. Martin. After starting her career at the Interparliamentary Union, Carla returned home in 2019 to join the SEER, and later co-hosted Millie, St. Martin's first historical podcast exploring the island's history and contemporary relevance. Please join me and welcome in Ms. Carla Vaughn.
Protocol having been established, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to be here today as your speaker on the effects of 15 years of autonomy on culture and social policy. Due to the tight time constraints, I will be cutting out all jokes. I'm very sorry. But I'd like to begin still with a simple exercise. Please ask yourselves, do you identify as 1 in 42,900, 1 in 74,500, 1 in 339,600, or 1 in 18,419,600 people? I'll return to these numbers, but their significance lies in what they represent, the different ways we can imagine ourselves as part of a collective. And that speaks directly to the heart of nation building. At the end of these 10, 11 minutes, I may leave you with more questions than answers as we reflect on what nation building means in the 21st century, especially for an island shared by 2 political entities within a wider kingdom of 4 autonomous partners. Our experience reveals that there are many ways of being a nation within and beyond the framework of the state. Let me briefly ground us in the concept of the nation-state. In 1648, the Peace of Westphalia established a key principle. Sovereignty should be exclusive and territorial, one ultimate authority within defined borders. The nation-state, in its simplest form, is about matching cultural boundaries to political ones. Political scientist, Benedict Anderson showed us that nations become imaginable through specific mechanisms. Print capitalism unified diverse dialects. Newspapers created simultaneous experiences. Censuses turned fluid identities into fixed categories. Maps established clear borders, and museums told singular national stories. But in analyzing St. Martin's development, we must distinguish, of course, between the actions by the government and those by civil society, particularly regarding culture, where civil society remains a primary actor in creating what we identify as national cultural practices. For the purposes of this presentation, I will be focusing on governmental outputs. So when you think about what it means to be a St. Martiner, many of you may be confronted once again with this half of a St. Martin map. But what boundaries come to mind when you think about it? Does this identity fit the Dutch side? The island as a whole? Are they more fluid, extending to Saba, Statia, Bonaire, Curaçao, Aruba, or the kingdom as a whole? The question matters because the concept of St. Martin, the nation, preceded our political autonomy within the kingdom. 3 pre-10-10-10 examples illustrate this. First, St. Martin's Day. In 1959, Clem Lebega, Claude Watty, Félix Choisy, and Hubert Petit established November 11th to celebrate our unity. The date coincided with St. Martin of Tours and France's Armistice Day, strategic timing that didn't require asking higher authorities for permission. Second, Carnival. In 1969, Governor Van Delden recognized that the people of St. Martin were already showcasing their culture through jump-ups and wanted to provide more structure. the Aranya Committee, with many Arubian-educated St. Martiners, organized our first carnivals, explaining why, for example, we burn King Momo at the end of Carnival, which is a tradition found in Aruba, but not in every Caribbean carnival. Third, Juan Enrique Juancho Irasquin. This Arubian politician and founder of the Partido Patriótico Arubano became Minister of Finance in the Netherlands Antilles. Today, our road to Point Blanche bears his name, and Ceba's airport honors him for securing infrastructural funding. The naming of public institutions cements certain figures within our national imagination. These examples show different national layers of St. Martin. St. Martin Day referencing the island unity. Carnival has a Dutch side territorial basis, but of course a Caribbean-wide influence. Irasquin represents an Antillean identity that's inscribed into our landscape. And thus we see how multiple identities come to overlay our political space, which brings us to 10-10-10. Post-autonomy, government has made specific cultural interventions, and among them we see Emancipation Day, which became our first post-10-10-10 public holiday. While emancipation is commemorated throughout the kingdom, St. Martin and Statia are the only entities recognizing July 1st as an official holiday, a deliberate choice to center slavery and emancipation in our national story. The 2022 renaming of the festival village to the Jocelyn Arndell Festival Village honors a member of the Aranya Committee who, along with Alexis Arnell, was tasked with teething Carnival from St. Thomas and was also contributed to our culture through Tanny and the Boys. And so we acknowledge how naming infrastructures promote specific national narratives. The Caribbean Gilder, introduced this year, depicts marine life symbolizing St. Martin and Curaçao unity, with landmarks including our courthouse in Simpson Bay. Currency is a daily plebiscite of nationhood, making every transaction a micro moment of nation building, promoting the narratives that our currency represents. Governing programs may seem like technocratic documents, but they are cultural documents that simultaneously describe St. Martin as it exists and prescribe what it should become by the governing majority. They are exercises in collective imagining where ruling parties articulate not just policies, but national identity as well. I also want to acknowledge different cultural artifacts like the Border Monument, the Courthouse, and Milton Peters College as nation-building artifacts. Part of government's cultural work also goes unnoticed because it's not new. It's continued maintenance of already existing symbols that shape how we see ourselves and the national story that we share. Now let me shift to social policy. For the purpose of keeping this presentation manageable, I have examined the solicited advice requests made to the Social Economic Council over the past 15 years in order to understand what socio-economic issues were considered significant enough for formal consultation. Over 15 years, government and parliament have made 41 requests to the SER, and here's the pattern. 30% concerning social insurance and pensions, from recurring consultations on AOV indexation to civil service pensions reform to balancing elderly care with fiscal limits. 17% address labor and employment, from minimum wage adjustments grounded on the basis of inflation, extending maternity leave and introducing paternity leave, to adjustments to the framework surrounding short-term labor contracts. 15% focus on healthcare, multiple revised drafts of the mandatory health insurance, contraception availability, early childhood development. 12% each for economic development and taxation, which go from topics of the Development Bank, which appeared repeatedly between 2016 and 2018, tax consultations adjusting existing structures rather than redesigning them. 10% concern governance and crisis response, from Hurricane Irma reconstruction to COVID-19 and COHO implementation. But here's what should strike us. Only 2%, one single advice request out of 41, explicitly addressed cultural identity formation with the establishment of Emancipation Day. This makes that holiday not merely symbolic, but exceptional in our formal policy landscape. Now, this analysis reveals what government prioritizes in consultation, but consultation isn't implementation. A fuller picture that I could have provided would have traced actual policy outcomes. How many more students gained, graduated from secondary education, how coverage rates changed, whether anyone's daily struggle with healthcare costs or food prices actually have eased. That data, some of it measured, some tellingly unmeasured, tells a parallel story about the material effects of autonomy on St. Martiners' daily lives. But equally revealing is what remains outside of this consultation framework. Language policy in education has not appeared. Curriculum content shaping how students learn about our history is absent. Cultural heritage preservation, arts funding structures, adjustments to the monument policy, none appear in the advisory record so far. Poverty alleviation is conspicuously absent. Despite 15 years of autonomy, 0 requests address poverty measurement or comprehensive alleviation strategies. Government addresses poverty symptoms, requesting advice on minimum wage increases during crises, but never formalizes poverty as a measurable category requiring systematic intervention. Not measuring poverty means not creating the poor as a governmental category, but this obviously in turn shapes how policy and interventions can be crafted and what policy solutions then become imaginable to target the problem. The SARE advice request pattern tells us something important. The fact that the technical economic work receives formal consultation while cultural policy, curriculum content, and poverty frameworks do not, reveals what the government considers requiring structured social input versus what it leaves to organic development or possibly political sensitivity. Whether this represents strategic wisdom or evolved practice, it has shaped who we are today. St. Martin's strength may lie precisely in not formalizing certain cultural boundaries, maintaining the flexibility that allows our one island, one people philosophy to function within the broader political structure of the kingdom. But as we move forward, we might ask, what would systematic, proactive consultation on education content, poverty frameworks, and healthcare delivery reveal about our national priorities that reactive consultation on wages and pensions has allowed us to avoid confronting? My aim this morning was not just to give an overview of culture and social policy over the past 15 years, but to also highlight that every decision taken by government and every policy or law drafted touches on the question of culture and who we are as a people. The question I pose to everyone here today and everyone listening is how we will face the next 15 years in front of us and how we will choose to shape the story of St. Martin with more conscious effort than we have in the past 15 years. And here I return just to my early question. Do you see yourself as 42,900 people living on the Dutch side, 1 in 74,500 people living on the island of St. Martin, 1 in 339,600 people in the Dutch Caribbean, or 1 in 18,419,600 people in the Kingdom of the Netherlands? These aren't neutral census numbers. The number we identify with is already one of the key elements shaping us as a collective. And perhaps St. Martin's contribution to reimagining sovereignty is precisely this, showing that we don't have to choose just one answer. Our next 15 years offers us the chance to continue building a nation that honors this complexity rather than forcing it into singular forms. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Vaughn, for those highlights. Our beautiful island is unique. One island shared by 2 nations connected through history, culture, and community. We now turn to our northern neighbors for their perspective on southern autonomy. Please direct your attention to the screen for a message from Mr. Alan Richardson, First Vice President of the Collectivity of St. Martin.
I am Alan Richardson. I'm the first Vice President of the Collectivity of St. Martin. I'm in charge of economic development, tourism, agriculture, also supervising the financial and fiscal policy of the territory. And also CEO of the Symposium company, which is a public-private partnership owned by 51% by the collectivity of St. Martin. Pertaining to the question on the level of autonomy between both sides of the island, and maybe prior I should have begun by congratulating the people of St. Martin and the government of St. Martin, as you all mark 15 years of autonomy. We all remember the date 10-10-10, stays in our head. Now we are 10-10-25, and I'm sure it has been a journey for the people and the government of St. Martin. In terms of the level of autonomy, it is obvious that you enjoy a much larger autonomy than we do on the northern side of the island. As we are not in charge of health, we are not in charge of social policies and social security, we are not fully in charge of education, and many others, justice and police and so on. But nevertheless, both sides of the island face some similar challenges in terms of the autonomy. Someone once said that the role of government is to open doors and create opportunities, and the role of the people is to enter through the doors and to seize the opportunity. And where autonomy is concerned, I would say it's the same. Government implement policies, and very important in terms of having our people ready to be able to seize the opportunity. It is concerning the level of education and the training of our people, in particular of our young people, because these are the ones, whether it is in terms of the administrative apparatus, whether it is in terms of occupying the elected position, we need to make sure that they are well equipped and trained to be able to hold the various positions. And also in terms of the opportunities, whether it is in business or otherwise, make sure that our people are fully trained and ready to assume the responsibilities. And in that line, we have had quite some challenges on the northern side of the island, because many of our people are obliged to leave the island and to go to France or Guadeloupe and so on for their education. And sometimes it is difficult to be able to have them back to play a very important part in the administration. But as time goes by, we are now being able to offer greater opportunities to some of our well-educated and well-groomed people to be able to take part in the governing of their country, and of course to seize the many opportunities. Areas and challenges for both sides of the island. Autonomy can be beautiful in the law, on paper, but your autonomy is as strong as you have budgetary and financial resources to be able to implement the policies and to carry out your autonomy. So that's a very important aspect in terms of areas of improvement for both sides. There are also some challenges today as we live in a world that is somewhat faced with a lot of uncertainty. We've seen after the COVID the difficulty in terms of supply, food supply. We are seeing it now in terms of some policies in the United States where prices of the goods that we import are rising. So the concern in terms also of our autonomy, how do we have some kind of food security on the territory? And for both sides, there are many areas that needs to be analyzed and many policies that can be implemented. Also, among the challenges, we are in a world where today the environment policies play an important role, whether it is in terms of water production, management, and conservation, whether it is also in terms of electricity production, and also today being able to produce electricity in a sustainable manner, because we know producing electricity from heavy fuel has a very damaging effect on the environment. So that's also a very important area where when we talk about autonomy, we need to make sure that we have in place the kind of policy and the kind of technology where electricity production is concerned. Also very important is in terms of waste management. We are an island. We do import most of what we consume, and we need to make sure that we have in place the policy to preserve our environment and to reuse what can be reused, or find the means to be able to deal with the amount of waste that is on our island, that in time it doesn't become a threat to our livelihood and to the health of our people. Those are some of the areas indeed where much needs to be done in terms of developing or enhancing our autonomy on both sides. And there are also areas where we are called to work together, to cooperate in order to strengthen the economy, the autonomy of both sides of the island. Well, over the years, we know that we've been discussing about cooperation and so on. But where we stand today as two autonomous territories, even though, as I've said in the beginning, we don't have the same level of autonomy, we need to make sure today, with the challenges that are ahead of us, that we embark in serious discussions and identify the policy. So today, I'm convinced that we are at the level where we need to be much more, have more meaningful dialogue and cooperation. We need to make sure that things are done and not always, unfortunately, as the people would say, doing lip services. But that again is a challenge, and I think it will take the engagement of both government and people to make sure that we secure our autonomy and that we understand that this island is one. As Felix Strozzi said, the gale doesn't stop at the frontier, and it will depend on the goodwill of those in government, of course, of the people as well, to make sure that we have a secure future.
We extend our sincere thanks to Mr. Alan Richardson for sharing those invaluable insights. Ladies and gentlemen, we have journeyed through history, law, economy, culture, each adding depth to understanding St. Martin's autonomy. We've now reached to our keynote address. Dr. Randus Eugene Holliday is a St. Martin economist, author, founder, and president of the Holliday Institute for Governance and Economics, with a distinguished career spanning central banking, aviation, energy, banking, insurance, and constitutional reform. He served as St. Martin's first governor from 2010 to 2022 and previously held various leadership roles, including President Director of Princess Juliana International Airport, Operating Company, and Deputy Director at the Central Bank of the Netherlands Antilles, which also serving on various supervisory boards. An advocate for nation building, good governance, education, and economic development, he, among others, served as a member and chairman of the Work Group of Constitutional Affairs from 2000 to 2010, and was a key representative of St. Martin during the constitutional reform process that led to the attainment of country status. To deliver his address, please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker, former Governor Dr. Randus Eugene Holliday.
Your Excellency, Governor Bailey and Mrs. Bailey, I adopt the protocol already established and wish everyone a very good morning. I hope you're still awake. And in saying that, let me say congratulations to all of us with 15 years of country status. I think we deserve an applause for 15 years of country status. Your Excellency, I am pleased that I could accept your invitation to speak on this symposium's theme, which is vital for the future of St. Martin, and I commend you and your organizing committee on putting this symposium together. I think they deserve an applause. Ladies and gentlemen, in keeping with the theme of this symposium, the subject of my address is fulfilling the promise of country status, a vision-driven journey. Fulfilling the promise of country status, a vision-driven journey. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, as we address this topic, I am sure you agree that we are the custodians of St. Martin's future, and that strength is found in unity and in a shared vision. As fellow custodians of St. Martin's future, I therefore invite you to join me in a shared vision and imagine St. Martin as the gold standard for progress, governance, and innovation in our region. St. Martin as the gold standard for progress, governance, and innovation in our region. I invite you to join me based on my unwavering belief in and appreciation for St. Martin, our people, and our potential. Fellow custodians of St. Martin's future. 15 years ago, on October 10, 2010, St. Martin emerged as a self-governing country within the Kingdom of the Netherlands. In short, country status with our own constitution. In that context, I often get the question, what is the meaning and objective of country status? According to the preamble of the Kingdom Charter, country status signifies that St. Martin, like the other 3 countries in the kingdom, has, based on its own free will and on the principle of equity, chosen to participate in the kingdom, wherein it governs its internal affairs independently, addresses affairs of common interest collectively, and provides mutual assistance. The objective or promise of country status embodies our belief in our right of self-determination, our commitment to responsible self-governance aimed at building a strong nation to improve the well-being of our people, guided by our own values, own priorities, and own needs, in a spirit of cooperation and partnership. I say this to remind you that whether one is a civil servant, minister, parliamentarian, or governor, all take an oath or pledge to promote the well-being of our people. Fulfilling the promise of country status thus reflects our journey our responsibility to shape our nation's future, guided by a shared vision. As we commemorate 15 years of country status, this Governor's Symposium offers a timely moment to reflect on our journey of fulfilling the promise of country status, its historical background, our experiences of the past 15 years, and our vision for the future. Any reflection on St. Martin's country status and future must begin with the history that shaped its social, economic, constitutional, and political path. This foundational history offers insight for today and, importantly, safeguards hard-won progress from being lost or surrendered. Considering the available time, I shall limit the historical review to the immediate background that culminated in country status. Thus, I won't go to 170 years like Prime Minister. In the June 23, 2000 referendum, nearly 70% of voters exercised St. Martin's right of self-determination and chose to become a country within the Kingdom of the Netherlands, as shown here. It was the culmination of more than 136 years of calls for greater self-governance by prominent St. Martiners in opposition to the centralization of government in Willemstad. In a 2003 lecture, I described the referendum outcome and celebratory atmosphere in its immediate aftermath as the Great Bay Dance. My description points to the celebration of the historic victory, of the break from the Netherlands Antilles, and of the spirit of triumph, unity, and hope directly following the referendum. The transition to country status. St. Martin's goal, based on the referendum, was to attain country status in line with the status of the Netherlands Antilles and Aruba within the shortest possible time. The original date, ladies and gentlemen, set was April 2002. April 2002. To achieve that, cooperation of the Netherlands Antilles, Aruba, Curacao, Bonaire, Saba, and St. Eustatius was required. The invitation to the Great Bay Dance, however, was not well received in The Hague, as illustrated in this June 26, 2000 media report of the Daily Herald, 3 days after the referendum. It took 5 years of unwavering persistence by St. Martin and a referenda on the other islands before the Netherlands decided to join the talks. The breakthrough for the transition to new constitutional relations came with the so-called General Framework Accord, Hoofdlijnen Akkoord, reached between St. Martin, the Netherlands Antilles, and the other 4 islands on October 22, 2005. During the START Roundtable Conference on November 26, 2005, and the political consultation on November 2, 2006, the Netherlands stated that the high debt of some $2.8 billion of the Netherlands Antilles and the islands formed an obstacle to the required good governance in the kingdom. It offered to pay off most of the debt of the Netherlands Antilles to provide a sound financial start for the candidate countries, St. Martin and Curacao. The offer was, however, subject to increased kingdom oversight in finance and law enforcement. The offer set the stage for the central issue of the negotiations. The central issue of the negotiations was defining the boundaries between the authority of the self-governing countries and the authority of the kingdom, namely, what is the definition of self-governance in the kingdom? This placed Article 43 of the Kingdom Charter at the center of most of the debates. The Netherlands, highlighting the kingdom guarantee function under Article 43, sub 2 of the Charter, the waarborgfunctie, advocated for stronger kingdom authority to increase its influence. It cited growing global interdependence and European integration, as well as concerns about the Netherlands Antilles debt, the island's vulnerabilities to transnational and subversive crime, and St. Martin's limited administrative capacity. St. Martin and Curaçao pushed back, stating that while cooperation within the kingdom is essential, it must not come at the expense of the right of self-determination, of self-governance, of the principle of equity, and of the preservation of our unique identities and culture. St. Martin also emphasized that Article 43, sub 1 of the Kingdom Charter places the responsibility, I repeat, places the responsibility for good governance with the countries, and emphasized that true growth of the countries can only come from their self-correcting capacity or own internal checks and balances, as opposed to from imposed external supervision. I can still hear Dennis repeating those words. St. Martin also highlighted that its own debt was manageable and that the central government was inefficient and neglected the island's administrative development. These opposing positions regarding the definition of self-governance sparked intense technical, legal, and political debates about core principles like the right of self-determination, respect, democratic legitimacy, and equity. The following 4 examples illustrate the war of words about the boundaries between country authority and kingdom authority. The first point of contention was the Dutch proposal to regulate country tasks such as police and the public prosecution by kingdom consensus laws, rather than by national ordinances. It marked a significant departure from established constitutional practice within the kingdom. Essential for St. Martin was that as a country, St. Martin must retain responsibility for its country tasks. A second issue was the public prosecution. St. Martin and Curaçao obtained a shared attorney general as opposed to the desired separate attorney generals. Noteworthy in this regard was St. Martin and Curaçao's rejection of the Dutch proposal to award the Dutch Minister of Justice the authority to issue instructions to the shared attorney general. Following negative advice from the Kingdom Council of State, the idea was dropped and replaced with an annual judicial consultation, JVO, to coordinate law enforcement policies. A third topic which sparked major debate was financial supervision. The debate concerned the Board of Financial Supervision, its necessity, composition, authorities, duration, and dispute resolution, and the dispute resolution procedure. The Dutch proposal to authorize the CFT and I pause because this is important, the Dutch proposal to authorize the CFT to override local governments on national budgets was especially controversial. These matters were resolved by agreeing to a temporary joint supervision board, the CFT, comprised of representatives of the countries to oversee compliance with financial norms with an advisory role, and the kingdom government with the authority to intervene if financial norms were breached. And fourth, it was established that the government apparatus of St. Martin and Curaçao would have to comply with good governance criteria before obtaining country status. The conclusion in 2010 that particularly law enforcement functions had fallen short resulted in an impasse on the way forward. It was a frantic situation at that time. The impasse was resolved by establishing a temporary Kingdom Progress Committee, Kingdom Progress Committee. Its task was to oversee the implementation of 5 plans of approach by St. Martin post-country status and 2 for Curaçao. The negotiations were often tense and heated. Meetings had to be adjourned, went on much longer than planned. Delegations were on the verge of walking out, and Curaçao even pulled out of the process. The 2010 Aruba proposal that led to an amendment of the Kingdom Charter requiring a dispute resolution mechanism for disputes between the Kingdom and the countries is reflective of the process and acknowledges the need for equitable dialogue and conflict resolution. Ladies and gentlemen, custodians of St. Martin's future, the transition to country status on 10-10-10 was therefore a long, complex, and difficult process. This is best reflected in the fact that the target date changed 5 times. From the initial target date of April 2002 to the governing period 2002 to 2006, then to July 1st, 2007, followed by December 15, 2008, then to January 1st, 2010, and finally to the transition date of October 10, 2010, spanning a period of 10 years after the Great Bay Dance. Throughout those 10 years, St. Martin was represented by a small group of persons referred to as Team St. Martin. Team St. Martin, a spirit we need today. A team which I am honored to have served on. A team, St. Martin, united by a shared vision, securing country status for our people. More than a decade after the referendum, St. Martin celebrated the hard-won attainment of country status with the hoisting of the St. Martin flag on October 10, 2010. As I stated, the promise of country status refers to the commitment to responsible self-governance aimed at building a strong nation to improve the well-being of the people based on our own needs, own priorities, and own values, in a spirit of cooperation and partnership. In contrast to what is suggested in many debates, country status is not just a constitutional arrangement. It is a vehicle which we must drive to realize our ideals of nation building. These include an effective government, our economic development, our social and human development, our cultural preservation, the protection of our natural environment, and the overall satisfaction of our people. This is what the quest of self-government of country status was about. What then have our experiences been with fulfilling the promise in these areas during the past 15 years? From personal experience, I can tell you that a lot of work has been done towards the governance of our country. A lot of work which we often underestimate. Critical institutions and processes have been built from the ground up. Much of this work, of this meaningful progress, is often invisible and hard to measure. But it is evident in the services provided by dedicated professionals, which we rely on every day. This is not to say that the system is perfect. It is a reminder to appreciate the progress we have achieved thus far and to engage thoughtfully in improving on it. In that context, it can be noted that social economic data show that developments have been mixed during the past 15 years. According to IMF estimates, GDP or income per capita increased from $26,386 in 2011 to about $38,154 in 2024, an increase of some $12,000 over 15 years. At $38,154, our GDP per capita is one of the highest in the Caribbean and ranks St. Martin, represented in this graph with the dashed line, among high-income countries, along with some Caribbean, East Asian, European, and Middle Eastern countries. Viewed as a key social economic indicator, it may be concluded that St. Martin has made tangible net gains in the quality of life of the people of St. Martin since 2010. This, however, only tells part of the economic performance story. The increase in per capita income was accompanied by uneven social and environmental developments. Noteworthy are trends in unemployment, especially among the youths, at twice the national average, which takes it to over 16%. Trends in unacceptable criminal behavior, trends in uncontrolled and unsafe motorbike activity on public roads, trends in education, such as a drop in school participation among 18-year-olds, trends in brain drain, with our professionals choosing not to return home, trends in aging and the links to poverty, trends in the accumulated deficit of approximately 500 million guilders in the SZV healthcare funds between 2010 and 2023, and trends in ongoing environmental, particularly waste management challenges. Another key indicator of social trends is the distribution of income illustrated in this graph. The graph reveals that 60% of workers earn less than 3,376 guilders per month, while 10% earn more than 6,501 guilders. This income gap is compounded by the high cost of living for essentials like food, housing, and utilities, but also because it affects vital human development indicators such as school dropouts, health, and access to health care. These factors ultimately undermine our nation's capacity to grow and thrive. Further analysis, as have been said by earlier speakers, shows that social and economic and environmental progress was hampered by political instability. From 2010 to 2024, there were 11 governments represented by the blue bars in this graph, with an average term of 15.8 months, represented by the red line. 15.8 months. The political instability is combined with structural issues such as poor data quality and limited investment in capacity building. And this affected enforcement of rules and regulations, obstructed effective policy making and execution, hampered financial management, and created an uncertain investment climate. Mentioned challenges were compounded by St. Martin's vulnerability to external shocks, as shown in the following graph, which you may remember also from a previous presentation. Real GDP growth was volatile, averaging a modest 0.4% over the past 15 years, largely due to 4 external shocks. These include, first, the Great Recession from late 2007 to 2009, giving us a tough start in 2010. Second, the 2017 hurricanes Irma and Maria. Third, the global COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. And fourth, global inflation caused by interruptions in supply chains as a result of COVID-19, the increase in oil prices, and the war in Ukraine. To address the social economic fallout caused by Hurricane Irma and COVID-19, St. Martin secured Dutch funding which was important to mitigate the effects of these crises on our people. Debates over the conditions tied to the trust fund grants, COVID-19 loans, coho, and country packages were reminiscent, as I listened, of the constitutional reform disputes regarding country authority versus kingdom authority. They highlight the urgent need for a dispute regulation as mandated under the Kingdom Charter. The volatile and sluggish GDP growth adversely affected government's revenues and led to a deterioration in St. Martin's fiscal position, as shown in this graph. Budget deficits, as reflected by the blue bar in this graph, peaked at 10% in 2020, prompting increased borrowing from the Netherlands. This raised the debt to GDP ratio, represented by the red line, from 15.4% in 2010 to 49% in 2024, with a 2020 peak of 56%. This limited the government's ability to address key challenges over the past 15 years. Fellow custodians of St. Martin's future, given our hard-won quest for self-governance, our experiences of the past 15 years, and our responsibility to fulfill the promise of country status, the central question is, where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Our experiences underscore our vulnerabilities, our weaknesses, and the challenges we face, but also the resilience and potential of our people and our island. Experiences or lessons which we must draw from to build a stronger, more sustainable St. Martin. Overall, it is important to remind ourselves that in spite of all our challenges, we have achieved modest growth. And more important is that the trend, albeit modest, is upward, as reflected by the dashed economic growth trend line in this graph. In answering the question, where do we go from here? I challenge our people, and particularly our youth, to aim high, to tap into our full potential, and to harness the possibilities of the 21st century. And I challenge our government to recommit to the promise of country status. To do that, we must develop a shared and cohesive national vision, mission, and strategy, a common purpose for all of us to rally behind, like we rallied behind securing country status. That is vital for the further long-term development of our nation and our people. Our history has taught us that we are strongest and at our best when we are unified for a common purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow custodians of St. Martin's future, in 10 years, that is in 2035, St. Martin will mark the silver anniversary of country status. And as we continue on our path to fulfilling our promise of country status, I believe that the vision for our silver anniversary is to turn silver into gold. In short, Vision 2035 should be for St. Martin to be the gold standard for progress, governance, and innovation in our region. For St. Martin to be the gold standard for progress, governance, and innovation in our region. That means that we should make it our mission to transform St. Martin into a knowledge-driven digital society that is more economically self-reliant, climate resilient, and powered by solar energy. We have the potential to achieve this. Our island has evolved from a struggling economy in the first half of the 20th century, where people left to find work, into a destination where people come to build their lives. Today, St. Martin ranks as a high-income country, but gold standard status means ensuring a high income and opportunities for all our people. Fellow custodians of St. Martin's future, to achieve this vision and mission, we must adopt a sustainability and knowledge-driven roadmap. This is a multi-dimensional strategic roadmap that calls for businesses, civil society, and government to work together and in cooperation with external partners to leverage 21st century technology aimed at maximizing the potential of our human capital, our land, our sea, and sun. In that regard, I will highlight 7 strategic agenda points of my recommended roadmap Vision 2035. First, the need to pursue a human development strategy as a driving factor for capacity and nation building, and thus the fulfillment of our shared vision and mission. This means that we should prioritize investments in the education and health of our people. This strategy calls for, 1, an overhaul of our schools' curricula with greater emphasis on skills that address the nation's most urgent needs, on civic education, on STEM education, and on digital fluency. 2, it calls for establishing a structural civil servants training development program. And 3, it calls for the introduction of a return home incentives program for professionals after their studies abroad. This strategy should be paired with a cultural education program to promote social cohesion and national identity and unity, beginning with a 2026 referendum to establish our national anthem. Second, to become a truly digital society, we must execute a robust digital transformation strategy. It is imperative that we act now and invest heavily in our data infrastructure, data governance, artificial intelligence, and digital literacy, or fall behind. And this is critical because without data, you cannot take sound decisions. This is a key part of this strategy is the need to accelerate the digitization of government services. Third, we must implement a solar energy transition strategy aimed at advancing energy independence and lowering electricity costs. Specifically, government should lead the way with a public sector solar program to transition all government buildings to solar energy by 2030. And utility company GEBE must start with a phased installation of solar microgrids with a 5 to 10 megawatt peak capacity each in communities across the island, and with a target completion by 2035. Fourth, we must adopt a sustainable economic strategy to improve economic resilience and self-reliance. This strategy calls for the need to upgrade our tourism infrastructure, our brands, and our product via training. It calls for embedding and enforcing sustainability in tourism through smart conservation policies to protect our natural resources. It calls for investing in climate resilience infrastructure and in disaster management. And it calls for broadening our economic foundation. The latter should be pursued by developing knowledge-based sectors such as technology, creative arts, education, and healthcare. Specifically, we should work to transform Cahill as the axis of a regional healthcare center. Fifth, together with the strengthening of our economy, we must pursue an active regional strategy. This includes becoming an associate member of CARICOM and positioning our country, St. Martin, as a regional leader by hosting an annual digital and green technology conference focused on solutions for shared innovation and sustainability challenges. Sixth, to fund the strategic investments required to realize Vision 2035, government will have to implement a fiscal reform strategy aimed at reprioritizing budgets and broadening the tax base. Initiatives to broaden the tax base should include the introduction of a US $20 sustainability fee on the ED card for all non-resident air passengers. starting January next year. The revenues should be allocated to a sustainable development fund dedicated to financing national priorities. And seventh, and finally, realizing our vision 2035 stands and falls with the strength and quality of our governance. Our governance must be effective, efficient, and exemplary. To do that, we must prioritize sound financial management, guided by data-driven policies and not by politics. Remember, financial independence is the foundation for policy independence and thus for self-governance. Fellow custodians of St. Martin's future, in closing, the recommended sustainable and knowledge-driven strategies are by no means complete. Only the most critical and impactful approaches have been highlighted to guide future policy making and implementation. To fulfill the promise of country status driven by Vision 2035, it is essential to move beyond discussions of capacity building and nation building and take decisive actions instead of using slogans. Strong governance begins with strong institutions, and institutions are as strong as their people. Embracing progress, governance, and innovation mean it's time to take decisive action, advancing human development, digitization, sustainability, climate resilience, regional cooperation, energy independence, financial independence, and thus self-governance. Today's reflection should never be about looking back. Rather, it has to be about looking forward, about drawing lessons from our experiences to build a stronger, more resilient, and sustainable St. Martin. The choices we make in the next decade will shape the next half-century. So let us invest in our future and believe in the foundation we have laid. Let us move forward, united in a shared vision, mission, and strategy, fulfilling the promise of country status. And in doing so, transform St. Martin into the gold standard for progress, governance, and innovation in our region. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Randers Holliday, for those insightful and forward-thinking address. As we let those reflections set in, we pause now for an artistic performance written specifically for this year's symposium by our very own cultural icon, Ms. Clara Rice. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Rice.
To Great Bay, Dutch Quarter to Cold Bay, St. Peter's to Mallard Bay, Oyster Pond to Simpson Bay, yeah. We celebrating you, St. Martin, you don't know. This is our village song. Come on, sing along, raise your voices high. Tell everyone you know, join in this serenade, 'cause we love St. Martin so, 'cause we love our people so. Morning. Encore. I extend warm greetings to each and every one of you in this room. Today I present to you the St. Martin's Griot Roll Call. A griot functions as a storyteller, musician, oral historian who preserves and passes down a community's culture, history, traditions through performance. This is my offering to you, a St. Martin's Griot Call, to celebrate the names of those instrumental in bringing us to 10-10-10. The names of people, individuals who in any way contributed to where we are today. This roll call is in no particular order, nor hierarchy, from the loftiest politician, the decorated community leader, and unsung heroes, all who have had the same dream, the dream for sweet St. Martin land, a country, a nation, built on character of integrity, valor, innovation, reverence, and love of country and love of its people. A dream that celebrates us, our story, we story. Some names you'll recognize, others you won't. Others you might say are missing, and some you won't agree with. They hail from the civil servants who work tirelessly on some policy development document to the cleaners that brought to the government building the sacredness and reverence of a clean space to work. From religious leaders, community leaders, artists, activists, sports figures, people like Old Man John, the shopkeeper on Back Street. From people that held highly sophisticated and contentious discourse in the sacred halls of Parliament in Curaçao to the Tweede Kamer in the Netherlands, and the various roundtable conference, and also the heated domino table debates and the national consultation process. There are names from foot soldiers that went to battle, and the wives and the partners that supported their husband with moral support, that they could get up the next day and continue to fight for sweet St. Martin land. I don't know all the names, and neither do you. This is a poem, a rite of passage to honor a pivotal moment in our evolution to becoming our nationhood. We will create this poem together. You hear me, right? Now, we will bring praise, celebrate the warriors of sweet St. Martin land, those who are no longer with us, those who are present here today, and those waiting to be born. This poem is a call and response format. I will call, and you will respond. The response words are very simple. It's 10-10-10. Let me hear you go. 10, more power. So A, B, C. You get the picture? We shall begin. Lionel Bernard Scott, 10-10-10. Claude Watty. Gracita Arundel. Van James Jr. Eugene Holiday. John Doe Valley. Clem La Bega. Ralph Richardson. Rhoda Arundel. Richard Gibson, Louis Dussault, Rosie Richardson, Edgar Lynch, Reynold Groenewegen, Mavis Solomon, William Ronnie, Josian Weymouth, 10-10-10, Marcel Gomes, Oldine Bryson, Renee Bryson, Renate Bryson, Jose Lake Sr., Wally Haverton, Sarah Dweska Williams, Neville York, Wycliffe Smith, Patricia Holiday, Michael Ferrier, 10-10-10, Milton Peters, Cassandra Gibbs, Junior Gums, Paben Bryson, Roberto Celestino, Arlene Holiday, Vero Allendale, Charlie Vlon, Louis Laves, Calypso Barbara, R.G. Conrollins, A.T. Ehrlich, King Bobo, Sam Hazel, Claudette LaBega, Mighty Doe, Cowboy York, 10-10-10, Ruby Butte, Fernando Clark, Charles Borromeo, Valerie Ponterton, Oral Gibbs, Lasana Sekou, Dennis Richardson, Oris Bell, Emperor Bat, Jean Yes, Elaine Vlon, Lino Hughes, 10-10-10, William Marlin, Miruchia Richardson, John Lamany, Joshua Bell, Nos Ramona, Raul Illich, Erwin Baco Richardson, Josiane Fleming, Julio Romney, Jose Lake Jr., Eulalie Myers, Franklin Richards, 10-10-10, Father Kemp, Joan Burkle, Major Bond, Roland Duncan, Thelma Gums, Juliet Lambert, Alfonso Blyden, Irene Duvalle, Tonka Brooks, 10-10-10, Pastor Lake, Don Hughes, Camille Bayliss, Louise Holly, Chester York, Nathaniel Richardson, Monica Apone, 10-10-10, Boy Blue, Eddie Williams, Enelile Tang, Celeste Boberty, William Hayes, Doc Lake, Beverly Hyman, Roger Snow, Anastasia Lamoni, 10-10-10, Dwight Baran, Tanya Naboys, Sylvia Jacobs, and Dr. Luke Mercelina, 10-10-10, 10-10-10, 10-10-10. In the next minute, you will all shout out your names and shout 10-10-10 because you haven't heard all the names and you know who are missing in this list. So together, make noise, raise a cacophony of sounds. Ready, sound, ready, go. Call a name. Call a name, somebody. You must know somebody. Call them out. You know who they are. You haven't heard everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Come, let's go, somebody. All right, before they ring the bell on me, you will now, instead of a moment of silence, have a moment of jubilation, which means stand up, clap your hands, stamp your feet, let this room reverberate. Not for me, for the people. And now stay standing and allow the silence to honor the vow of honoring and remembering. So feel, remember, honor. Take this energy with you as you leave this room and shift so we can reach to our gold standard. Join in this celebrate, 'cause we love St. Martin so, 'cause we love our people so.
Oh, good. So earlier today, we said that we wanted to ensure that we are engaging with each other. So now we would like to hear from you. Please have your devices ready and prepared. As we continue to reflect on our journey over the last 15 years of autonomy and look forward to the next 15, what would you say is the single most effective way to deepen national pride and strengthen our sense of nationhood for the future? Your options: cultural events such as carnivals, cultural parades, to name a few; recognizing national symbols or cultural icons, our leaders, flags; celebrating collective achievements; public discourse; education on heritage and civic identity. Please go ahead and let us know which one you think is the single most effective way to deepen national pride. Okay, I'm seeing education and heritage in the top. I'm just giving you a few more seconds to go. Everyone is locked in? Okay. So the world around us is changing rapidly. Do we agree? Do we agree? All right. And it's changing through technology. And today we'd like to take a creative moment. For the very first time at the Governor's Symposium, we will be engaging directly with artificial intelligence, aka ChatGPT. However, before we begin, I ask that everyone please remain silent as ChatGPT needs a quiet environment to think sometimes, and this is one of them. Hello, ChatGPT, it's Rolinda.
Well, hello there, Rolando. Lovely to have you here. Let me know what's on your mind or how I can help today.
We're live at the Governor's Symposium in St. Martin under the theme 15 Years of Constitutional Autonomy, Achievements, Lessons, and Prospects. We've just asked the audience what they believe is the single most effective way to deepen national pride and strengthen our sense of nationhood for the future. The top choice was education on heritage and civic identity. Considering St. Martin's Caribbean context and journey of nation building thus far, why might this approach resonate so deeply with our audience, and how could it help strengthen our sense of unity and autonomy in the next 15 years ahead?
Absolutely, and that's a really insightful question to bring to the table. I think the emphasis on education around heritage and civic identity really resonates because it gives everyone a shared foundation. In a place like St. Martin, where you've got a rich blend of cultures and a unique historical path to autonomy, understanding that shared story can be a powerful glue. It's like when people know where they come from and what their civic values are, they can feel a stronger sense of belonging. And that's really key for building a sense of unity and national confidence going forward. So focusing on heritage education is almost like giving everyone a shared language of pride. And if that's a priority over the next decade or so, it could definitely strengthen the whole community's sense of autonomy and togetherness as you move into the future.
All right, so there you go. AI has shed some insight on why education on heritage and civic identity may resonate so deeply with 70% of you here today. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our interactive panel discussion. To guide this conversation, we are pleased to have our moderator, Ms. Kalila Peters, a Caribbean Affairs and Government Relations leader with over 15 years advancing regional policy and public-private collaboration. She is Senior Director of Caribbean Government Relations at Telem Global Education and formerly led St. Martin's Department of Foreign Relations. Earlier in her career as policy officer in the Department of Constitutional Affairs, she contributed to the transition plan for the Ministry of General Affairs and supported governance reform during St. Martin's constitutional transition. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Peters and our distinguished panelists to the stage.
Oh, they got Eugene.
Is my mic on? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Kalila Peters, and it is a distinct honor and pleasure for me to moderate this afternoon's discussion with our distinguished panelists. After a day of thoughtful and insightful presentations, we have come to the part of the program where I would like to consider it the most dynamic. And I thought it would have been the most dynamic until Ms. Clara Reyes gave her presentation, so we have some stiff competition here. But it's the most dynamic because this is the part of the presentation where we see all the ideas come together, where we see how they interact, and how these ideas, how we synthesize them. So today's sessions took us through a constitutional journey. We've learned about its history. We've learned about its legal foundations. We've learned about its economic direction, and we've learned about its cultural identity. And as we conclude right now, our aim is to connect those threads, to connect the dots, and by asking 3 forward-looking questions. Question number 1, where have we succeeded? What have we achieved? 2, what are the challenges? What are the lessons learned? 3, where do we go from here? What are the next steps? So as we contemplate these 3 broader questions, I would just want to give you a quick note, and my mic is off, it's back on, as to how we're going to engage during this session. We will have polling questions that would appear during our discussions, and we had a practice before, so you'll know how to do that with our Slido platform. And we'll also open the floor to questions from our audience members, who would be that would be after the 3 rounds of the panel discussion. And we'd like for you to keep your questions short and concise and to the point, so we can include all the voices in the room as much as possible. So without further ado, allow me to reintroduce our panelists. We have Mr. Eugene Holliday, who is the keynote speaker for today. We have Mr. Dennis Richardson. We have Ms. Carla Vaughn, and we also have a new member and a new addition to our team, Commissioner Carl John, Chief of Police of St. Martin. And I will give a brief background. Chief Commissioner Carl John is a veteran, he's a veteran law enforcement leader with 40 years of distinguished service. He holds a master's in business administration and currently serves as chair of the Association of Chiefs of Police of the Dutch Caribbean. Chief Commissioner is an active member of Noble and the FBI and remains deeply committed to collaboration, mentorship, and advancing law enforcement across the Caribbean. Let's welcome Chief Commissioner Carl John to the team today. So let's get to it. As we mark 15 years of autonomy, let's focus on the achievements, the progress we've made, the institutions and reforms that best reflect our growth, and how today's system compares to the more centralized Netherlands Antilles system that predated it. So, Mr. Richardson, having had the privilege of working at the Bureau of Constitutional Affairs under your leadership and witnessing the formation of our Constitution, from your perspective as one of St. Martin's founding architects of the Constitution and its process, what do you view as the most defining achievement of St. Martin's autonomy, one that truly reflects the aspirations that fueled the referendum 25 years ago?
That's a difficult question for me to answer, because in my coordinating role, everything was important. I think, but if I really think it through, I think the most fundamental change that I've perceived in the last 15 years is that we've woken up as a country. Not everybody, but in general, I think we've taken on the responsibilities of governing our own island as much as possible, as broad as possible. There have been progresses in different directions, and there are still shortcomings in other directions. Continuous change of government wasn't really helping all those years, about those 10 or 15 times, but it is part of growing up, as far as I'm concerned. Whether it concerns a young country. We don't have the 300, 400 years experience of governing yourself that, for instance, the Netherlands has, but we are getting there, is my opinion. The level of discussion seems to be improving, and I hope that we pay attention in the near future to our future, because we've had one major community discussion in the past years concerning our future development in the multi-annual policy plan, which we call the MAP. And I think the map is long to a revision, a reorientation, and the same form of enthusiasm that was shown by the development of the map. What we should show more passion for in the future is the execution of our vision, and that's just only talking about it as a wish, but going over into action and making it happen.
Thank you. And Mr. Holliday, being part of the constitutional work group at the time, would you share the same perspective as Mr. Richardson?
Well, I dare not disagree with Dennis Richardson. For a pretty long time during the constitutional reform process, we sat in the trenches together with Joan DeValley to advise and do the negotiations and advise the political leaders, Westcott Williams and William Marlin. And, but looking at in extension to what Dennis Richardson indicated, is that I think at the end of the day, we underestimate the level of work that needed to be done to build out the apparatus, the government institutions to run our country. And that is a process that's still taking place and in which we still need to invest to ensure that we can take the country and the people to another level. Right? So in essence, an extension of what Richardson indicated.
Yes, and given that this part we're talking about achievements, and you were so involved and integrated in this process, and looking back now, is there one thing that you just stand up and proud and you were like, I did that, I contributed to that, we were part of that?
You mean before or after?
After, now.
Well, one of the first things that I was very proud about is that when I signed as governor, the national ordinance proclaiming Emancipation Day, all right? It was one of the, as Ms. Flawn indicated, it was one of the few cultural policy acts that took place, and for me personally, I was proud to help guide the process, which Minister Rhoda Arundel at the time put a lot of effort in, and Minister Jacobs, Board of Education and Culture, then brought it to a conclusion. So in that respect, that was for me a very important moment.
Great. Chief Commissioner John. Some say that St. Martin operated more efficiently and effectively under the former Netherlands Antilles structure when the justice chain was managed centrally within that structure. Looking at it now, and from your experience leading the force, how does our current constitutional arrangement, particularly in justice and law enforcement, compare? In what ways has it strengthened, challenged, or reshaped the system as we know today?
Thanks. Okay. Thanks for the question, Kalila. But please permit me just to recognize the panel that I'm sitting in.
Sure.
And I came to the symposium each year and with the thought of one of these days I would have liked to sit here. So it's today. But not with such heavy hitters. But let me answer the question in this form. So exactly 10 years ago, on the 15th of October, I was named Chief of Police by Minister Richardson then.
Congratulations.
So, and a few weeks after, I had to be introduced in the Netherlands. And it was already impactful that I am walking in The Hague. And I'm seeing these two huge buildings, 50-something stories high. And I'm walking into it, and I was met in the elevator by a policy worker, a lawyer, who worked on the Kingdom Charter for the police, Politierijkswet. And when I stepped into the elevator, he said, "You don't know who I am, but I'm that person who put Article 57A into the Kingdom Charter Police." So later on, maybe you can check what that article is. That motivated me, actually. We in the past had the thought of we have to be submissive, we have to either walk away from the table or fight. And what changed? What changed is that there was a possibility in that same kingdom law for the police forces of the countries to work together. And work together with the focus of their country, so work together with the interests and things that has to be done for their country, but what we created with it with respect. So now I sit on table as a chair of the Caribbean, the Dutch Caribbean Chiefs of Police, which we decide our direction with interest for the country. So the big change is that someone no more have to speak to my neighbor in the Caribbean, to go to the Netherlands, to come back and ask me the question, to go to the Netherlands and speak to someone. Now they speak directly to me as a full partner on table. That's the biggest thing.
Great, and thank you. So now we're going to get to the interesting part within this round. We will go into the polling questions. And as we pull that up on Slido, we will ask the question, well, let's first reflect on the achievements so far. And as we think about how the 2000 referendum set the constitutional framework for generations to come, it is only fitting that we look to those who will carry the legacy forward, our youth. So, and I do believe we have a sprinkle of youth representatives here, still here in the crowd, I hope. So in your view, in the audience's view, what should be the most important role of youth in St. Martin's next 15 years of autonomy? So should it be driving innovation and entrepreneurship? Should it be community service and volunteerism? Should it be preserving culture and environment? What should it be? We are seeing that, you know, by an overwhelming majority, and it's keep on moving, but we're seeing influencing policy and governance. That has taken the majority of the poll. Carla, Ms. Blanc, what do you think about this? Is this surprising? Is this something?
Not surprising. And I think in the sense that by choosing influencing policy and governance, we can also equate this with saying that the youth has to be everywhere, right? Policy and governance touches also driving innovation and entrepreneurship, preserving culture and environment, and community service and volunteerism. And I think that that's a change that I've seen remarkably in the sense that when I was a high schooler on St. Martin, I felt a lot more like I was at the table. There were a lot of different opportunities that existed when I was a high schooler to be involved. And now we see further fragmentation of the inclusion of youth into different initiatives, etc. It could also be because we had important discussions like 10-10-10 on the table when I was in high school. So it was a different level of conversation happening. But I think now is the perfect moment to really include our youth who are in the school system now, who we hope to return into our labor force and our community after their studies, wherever they choose to study, that they are really more involved in this nation building process at this moment, because we need to give them now the nation to come back to while they're still in school, not expect them to just feel a sense of commitment to St. Martin just because they're from here and they went to school here. I think that we miss this link that if persons don't understand the country that they live in, you don't give them that connection to want to come back and be a part of something because you haven't told them that there's a place for them to come back to, even as a simple citizen, not even as just a job.
So if I expand on that, so there's room for not only participating, but also identifying and to establish that
co-creating the
co-creating.
country.
So that not only in just a school participatory role, but more of an enshrined role of participating and identifying with that process to create that stronger affinity and bond to country.
Exactly.
Okay. So thank you so much. So now we're going to go into round 2, where we look at the lessons learned, but we'll also look at the challenges. So St. Martin's autonomy has been defined as much by ambition as by adversity. Our constitutional framework has been tested. It's been tested by hurricanes, it's been tested by economic shocks, by global crises, and yes, political transitions. But it's in the moments of disruption, not calm, but disruption, that the real strength of governance is revealed. Each challenge has exposed gaps, but it has also revealed our capacity to adapt, our capacity to reform and recover. Mr. Holliday, from your vantage point as former governor, how effective has our constitutional framework truly been in maintaining stability and accountability during times of crisis? Has it met its purpose, or have the pressures of recent years revealed where the system still needs reinforcing?
Yeah. Every system is as good as its people. And the commitment of the persons involved to adhere to not only the legal framework, but also the spirit and the norms that is behind the system. And when I haven't often been in the middle between the political rivalries, whether it was the Carnival coup or the Mexican standoff or the Fish Day coup, when I think back on those heated debates and discussions, and often listen to what was being said in the public, in my view, the question should be really, what if we did not have the system? I am convinced that the system is what made us mitigate or helped us to mitigate the excesses of political rivalries. And so overall, when I listen very often to discussions about electoral reform, I'm like, well, you know, we can change the laws and change the system, but at the end of the day, it is the discipline and the willingness of politicians to follow that system. And I'm talking now about political crisis, but you see it also in corporate governance, right? When I look at what's happening at times, or what has happened in the past 15 years, you're like, for me, it seems pretty straightforward that some of these issues should not even be an issue. Let me take, for an example, the issue of when a government falls, after a government loses the confidence of the majority of parliament. Essentially, the way the system is supposed to work is that if the sitting government calls for election as a result of losing the majority, that the sitting government should be the one to prepare the elections, if we are going to elections, and then basically after the elections you decide on who's going to govern. But the pull and tug about, okay, government has fallen, thus a new government wants to come in before elections, that only creates extra pressure on the system, which the system was not made to function like that. And it also creates incentives for people to bring down the government, because they believe that if they bring the government down, they can get in, whether it's for 2, 3, or 4 months before the new election. And therefore, again, I just use that as an example, but you can go and do electoral reform and whatever you want to call it. At the end of the day, it's going to come back to the discipline and the willingness of politicians to follow the system.
Thank you, Mr. Holliday. You touched a very interesting note where you referred to the actors in this case in terms of the politicians. But I'll turn to Ms. Vlon. And when we look inward in terms of the machinery of government, the operation of government, we talk about the institutional challenges as well. And when we talk about institutional challenges, we talk about with the systems that keep government functioning. So the civil service continuity and operations, the coordination across ministries, and the checks and balances that uphold accountability. So from your experience, coming into government, the government organization at a very young age, where we first met at the Department of Foreign Relations, and then working at the Social Economic Council, and now in the private sector. Where do you think our system has struggled the most to keep government running effectively? And what kinds of reforms would you make in terms of the biggest difference in improving stability, continuity, and our operations in general?
That's a good question. If my microphone, okay, yes, it's now working. Great question. I think that, as Mr. Holliday said, we have this system in place. It's a perfectly functioning system, but then it comes to, do we feel as if we own the system that we are working in? And that's also a question about, in the transition through 10-10-10, how did persons also feel involved in the process and coming to own the laws that then were carried over? In a lot of discussions we have about the legislation that now is in place, there's talk of legislations that were carried over, or that used to be in the Netherlands Antilles, at the Netherlands Antilles level, and was carried over to St. Martin, and we don't really feel the connection to this legislation that was carried over. And so for me, it's really interesting to understand, how do persons then feel connected to their system, even just as a civil servant? And what are the stories and the narratives that we give for the reasons why this is the system that governs us? I mean, these are the things that I think about, especially as now most of my work comes in working on legislative projects, and understanding that we will have a project in which you receive an information that says, for example, this plastic bottle exists here in St. Martin because of the reason A, and you can trace back through then prior legislation where you see that Curaçao and Aruba somehow in the 40s said this same reasoning, and St. Martin has now come to adopt these understandings or these different economic and social histories that were very particular to a time in Curaçao and Aruba in the 40s, and we're adopting it to explain now why our system is the way it is. Not a fault or a good or a bad thing, but it's just interesting then how we as a civil service and a people come to own our legislation and our system for ourselves, or how we work it, as Mr. Holliday highlighted, in the way that we take our system and realize that, yeah, we can kind of work around the curb.
And bringing it back to your personal experience, because, you know, your personal narrative of the ownership. You started out interning, moved through the organization. Did you feel that disconnect of I'll just work through the system, this is the procedure? Because we speak about brain drain, we speak about building our human capital and having them return home. Again, it goes back to that connectedness. How do we fill that gap? How do we, and especially coming in and working in the government organization, how do we have that going in terms of the incentives and bringing people back home?
Knowledge sharing. I think that when we're thrown into the system, some of us are very privileged and lucky to have parents or close mentors who are able to explain to us what happened. And we have to realize that not every young professional that comes into our system has that body of knowledge behind them that allows them to navigate our system, because it is, I don't want to say it's next to impossible, but it is truly hard to enter a system and realize that there are a bunch of hidden silences that we don't want to talk about and don't want to address. And I think that that can be very demotivating for young people, where you feel you come into the system, you're told to do something, you finish your task and realize this was done 10 years ago by someone else. Mm-hmm. And so the way in which we are incorporating young professionals and passing on knowledge, I think is something that also, when I spoke to the SG at the SARE, it was something that existed at a certain point, especially when you had, for example, youth wings of elected parties, and there was more knowledge sharing, but I find that now this is not happening as much without that specific access point of knowledge.
Good point. So we'll go to our second poll question, and we'll continue with the question about basically pressure testing. So we'll look at the poll question. So with that, we will ask, which factor has most pressure tested St. Martin's Constitution and governance capacity over the past 15 years? Natural disasters and crisis response? Is it fiscal management and financial oversight, political instability and leadership transitions, or is it institutional or administrative capacity gaps? I see an overwhelming majority here. So, so I don't think we need to delve further into this, but, and Mr. Holliday would have touched that. And we do define political instability. It's characterized by the coalition reshuffles, the declarations of independence, the frequent fall of governments, the snap elections, but it's also seen as a post-10-10-10 phenomenon. Yes, history shows that these patterns existed well before 10-10-10. So what then makes the instability different to that of the 1990s and the 2000s? So is it, and Mr. Holliday, you would have touched upon that, and we would ask, is it the constitutional structure itself? So the constitutional structure provide those protective mechanisms from the political actors, so to speak? Is it just the realpolitik? Is it how political actors now navigate the system? Or does it reflect something deeper in our political culture? So, I'll just leave that question here to ponder if anybody quickly, because we have a bell ringing, would want to add to that, or is this just something that we can digest and we can further reflect on and when we go into the audience questions? And then we have our third round, and where we would just look at the autonomy and what defines autonomy and what it defines in practice. So what in the next chapter, and it depends on how we strengthen institutions, diversify the economy, and we invest in our people. So on that note, and as we round off, let's begin by looking forward to the next decade and beyond. What does mature autonomy look like for St. Martin over the next 10 to 15 years? What kinds of governance, economy, and society are we aiming to build? And I'm going to give that question to Mr. Richardson. How do you envision this evolution unfolding in practical terms?
That's a heavy question. I have to speculate about the future. But I'll take a step backwards because the instability that we've experienced in the last 15 years is to a degree because we changed the way political parties appointed their candidates to Parliament. In the former situation, Island Gebied, the party leader had a prominent place in establishing who was going to be elected by their place on the list. And that change was made, and the change meant that party leader doesn't have that strong grip anymore on how his partners in the political party operate. And then you get a move for each person for themselves instead of a move for the party. It becomes a race from who can get the most votes, and that means they also take away votes from their partners in the party. So all of that had contributed, in my opinion, to the political instability. And moving forward, I believe learning from those lessons, you will see that new traditions will have to come about and be established and maintained within the political medium to create a form of stability without changing the laws. But if necessary, the laws will be challenged again if it continues to disrupt the governing of the country too much.
Thank you. And on that note, now we're at the part of the session where we would like to open questions to the audience. So we can squeeze in 1 or 2 questions. Remember that we have very limited time, and as a matter of fact, we're over the time. So if we just keep it very concise and to the point, if you have any burning questions that you saved up for this session, please come to the mic as soon as possible and pose these questions. Anybody, somebody?
Testing. Is it on?
We can hear you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lyndall Wilson. I'm here with the St. Martin Youth Parliament, Assistant Secretary General. My question is to Ms. Carla Vlon, the governor and former governor and the police chief. On youth co-creation in policy and governance, could the establishment of a St. Martin Youth Senate, an advisory and representative body, be the key to fostering an environment where youth actively co-create policy and governance? And also, should we look to create a national youth center for performing arts, music, and dance, a youth senate chamber, and a general space for youth to feel truly belong?
So these are structural questions of a performing arts center, but also a side-by-side parallel youth parliament structure to be partaking in decision-making with government. Who wants to take the first shot at that? Carla.
Yes, and yes. Obviously, the more structural ways that we put for the youth to be meaningfully involved, of course, that's going to help and grow not just the youth, but also the government, parliament, how they understand what problems lie with the youth, because I think that these frameworks also help us being able to funnel what are current youth problems that adults don't see at the moment, because we think the youth is all on their phones, but it's more to it than that.
Well, also yes. And I will add that, as I indicated in my address, that civic education within our schools should be the foundation for ensuring that our youth understand the system in which they live and have to function later, because that will also enhance all of those initiatives that you mentioned.
Commissioner Chief John.
Yes, yes, and yes. I want to take the example of the library. When I saw that we're going to construct the library, I thought that was the perfect moment to have created that place for our youth. And I'm kind of disappointed that we are just constructing the library. So it did not show a feel of a forward-thinking vision on inclusion of the youth. And thanks for the question, because I want to address also this symposium and meeting. When I look, most of the chairs are empty. And Mr. Governor, organizing committee, I've been coming for nearly 10 years indeed. And I think the next step also with this symposium is the information that was given to people who are already operating at a very high standard within this community, and not being more proactive is sharing this and narrowing the gap between this symposium and our youth is a chance that we are missing. Next time, my proposal is that we take that next step.
Yes, and I do believe we have one last question. If we can just wrap this up with one last question. Well, we have two questions, I'm sorry. We give you just 30 seconds to pose your question so we can get all the voices in the room. So please pose your question. Thank you.
I would like to thank the governor for bringing this symposium. All these years, my mind was working on it, but I don't know who to talk to. What I can say, all the speakers have said, and everybody applauded, that what speakers have said is the right thing. It is time that we should implement. The time has come to implement what they've said. If you have given me 30 seconds, how do you bring patriotism in the people who are ruling the country? That is what once there is the patriotism, we will not think about my thing. I like this, that's what goes on. Every time the government changes, country's money spent on the project and get the thing, next government comes, they change it. What we have to understand, first of all, we should not have so many parties in a small island. We are all related to each other. And once you join, whoever it is, once you join, democracy means election. Whichever is the government, they must first promise that we're going to continue for 4 years. All the programs what they have said, that should be implemented and the people should be consulted. That's all I want to say. I don't need answers.
Thank you for your question, Mr. Damu. And with that, I'll take the second point, and then we can wrap up by answering the two questions collectively.
Thank you very much. I have a question for the Chief of Police. Do also want to let you know that I have great respect and appreciation for you. But I'd like to know, what is your opinion on the current state of crime on the island, and what must be done to address this? Thank you.
So we touched on the point of continuity in government. If there's anything for Mr. Damu in terms to add to that, in terms of his question, would we want to expand on it where, and ensuring continuity. And I think Mr. Holliday did expand on it. It's about the political maturity to be able to carry that forward that exists within our constitutional framework. So thank you so much for that contribution. And then I'll move on to Commissioner Chief John, who will answer the question about the prevalence of crime in the community.
To start with, it's already interesting that me as chief of police have to answer this question. I don't want to see or hear that the situation of crime in this country is a problem of the police. It's a united problem. It's a problem that if we do not work as a unity, we cannot solve, we cannot contain, and we cannot better. So thanks for the respect, but I'm also looking at us to deal with the problem of crime on this island and not organize bigger prisons, thousands of officers. No, it starts simple from all the way in the beginning. And the question just now of the youth, the disconnect, the lack of direction, the lack of planning, the lack of implementation of strategies to indeed contain crime is not happening. We're not united in the fight against crime. And yes, the police will have to be the last one at the end where everybody will think that they're responsible, and sometimes we even think it ourselves, but that's not a reality. The police will not contain crime on the island without help of each and every stakeholder.
So that will conclude our panel discussion. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to our panelists for your candor and your insight. To our audience, thank you for engaging, questioning, and thinking critically about the journey ahead. And let us continue building on the spirit of reflection and collaboration as we look forward for the next 15 years with purpose, confidence, and unity. Thank you, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you once again for that dynamic conversation. And thank you also to the audience for contributing as well. We would like to ask the speakers to please remain on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to a special part of our program, the presentation of tokens of appreciation. I would also like to kindly ask that the Honorable Prime Minister please join us on stage. Mr. Franklin Richards, Mrs. Nancy Guichard-Joubert, to please join the remaining speakers on stage. The theme of this symposium was shared with students across all local high schools, inviting them to reflect on 15 years of constitutional autonomy. Achievements, lessons, and prospects, and to present their vision for the future of St. Martin. The submissions from Learning Unlimited, Milton Peter College, St. Martin Academy, as well as its vocational business campus were creative, inspiring, and deeply thoughtful, showing that our young people are not just observing the journey to autonomy, but imagining what comes next. The top 3 winners, Joshua Alexander from Learning Unlimited, Tyrianne Buckler from St. Martin Academy Vocational Business Campus, Algini Henry from St. Martin Academy, are highlighted in the symposium official booklet, and all 3 students will receive a copy of the book Nation Building, personally autographed by the author of today's keynote speaker. I now invite them to stand as we applaud them for their achievements. Congratulations. In addition to being honored today, the winning student will be invited to meet with His Excellency the Governor in an informal session, and the winner's work will be displayed publicly as well as featured in Teen Times, the local newspaper, and social media. To announce the winner of the Youth Creative Contest and to present a token of appreciation to our speakers, it is my honor to invite His Excellency Governor Ajamu Bailey to the stage. We would now like to invite the winner, Joshua Alexander, who won the first prize of Learning Unlimited, to the stage to receive the prize.
As was stated by our MC already, the young Mr. Joshua receives as a gift the autographed book, Nation Building, by our keynote speaker. He also receives a gift certificate from Dr. PD, and we thank him for participating in our symposium by expressing the wishes and the vision of the youth for St. Martin. Please give him another round of applause.
Thank you. And now we would move on to the tokens of appreciation to our speakers and panelists. Each of the pens are crafted by environmentalist Becky Van Ness using sustainably sourced wood from fallen branches of local hardwood trees, specifically West Indian mahogany. No two pens are alike, making each one truly unique. We might as well call him our very own St. Martin Mont Blanc. Our sincere appreciation to all speakers and panelists for a rich discussion and insight sharing today. We will now begin with the recognition.
I would like to first call forward Mr. Franklin Richards. Please give him a round of applause. Mr. Richards, thank you very much for your brief travel down memory lane and for teaching the youngsters about the lady Erna. I think our symposium today was a success in part because of your contribution. A history lesson is always good because we need to know where we come from in order to know where we are heading. Thank you very much for your contribution and token of our appreciation.
Thank you, you and your team.
Good. Yes?
Ms. Schubert?
Yes, Ms. Nancy Joubert, Guichard. Thank you also for contributing to the symposium. As a difficult topic, I think, for a general audience, consensus kingdom laws. If one is not familiar with it, it might seem like something unfamiliar in any sense. But I think you did a good job of explaining it, explaining the history of the laws as well, explaining how they need to come to fruition and how St. Martin, and that is the goal at the end of the day, can rid ourselves of these consensus kingdom laws by completing the task ahead of us. So thank you very much for your explanation and for being here today, Ms. Guichard-Joubert. Thank you very much.
Mr. Richardson.
Yes, please give him a round of applause. Mr. Richardson, a token of our appreciation for your contribution today and even before today, because for those who have been following, a new addition to the Governor's Symposium this year, maybe something we will continue, is our podcast, Autonomous Discussions. You were our first speaker therein. So thank you for that. Thank you for also jumping in when our speakers that had to be here on island could not be here for different reasons. As one mentioned, Tropical Storm Jerry. Thank you for coming in and joining us there with that. Thank you for your contribution here today, but also as one of those that brought us to this point, thank you for your contribution at that point of our existence and for still doing it today. Yeah, you are one of our icons, and as Ms. Clara Ray says, Dennis Richardson, 10, 10, 10. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Ms. Flan.
Ms. Flan, a token of our appreciation, thank you very much for your contribution as well. The committee and I wanted to have a sort of complete picture, so a bit of those that brought us to this point, those that are still helping us get through the challenges that we have, and youth to see and help us see the vision for tomorrow from different perspectives. And your contribution from a cultural, social perspective was well received, and I thank you very much for your contribution, and I hope you continue to do as you are doing and contributing to this St. Martin, our great nation. Thank you very much.
Mr. John.
Chief John, first off, congratulations on 10 years as Chief of Police. I think he can get another round of applause for that. Yeah. Thank you as well for being here and contributing to our panel discussion. As one of the previous speakers, Ms. Guichard-Joubert, highlighted the consensus kingdom laws, you are operating within one of those, the challenges within the law enforcement chain. And as the last question helped us pinpoint, indeed, our situation on St. Martin is not a singular one. It's not one pinpointed at police, at politicians, at civil society, at mom and dad at home, or the guys on the block. It is all of us. It is all of us. And like you said, indeed, building a larger prison is at the back of the door. We have to start at the beginning. We have to start at the very beginning, every single one of us contributing to this society, because if we want it to be a better place, we all indeed have to want that and work towards that, and not wait till it is a crime problem to then address it. It starts way before that. Thank you for highlighting that, and thank you for contributing to this symposium as well. Give him a round of applause, please. Yeah?
Ms. Reyes.
Ms. Reyes, our dynamic part of the symposium, the St. Martin Griot roll call. Yes, you mentioned many names, and like you said, 100, wow. We don't know all of them. There are many more. It was just being symbolic of expressing the love and appreciation we have for those who have come before us, those who are here now and still contributing, and like you said, those who are unborn and still are on their way here to contribute to this great nation, St. Martin. Thank you very much, and a small token of appreciation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Peters.
Ms. Peters, yes, thank you as well for being our moderator at the panel discussion. Those who paid keen attention, they may have seen your picture on the screen, in the backgrounds, like you said, always contributing, but a silent contributor. You agreed to contribute today a bit more in the forefront. Thank you for that, and please continue to do so. Yeah? Thank you very much, Ms. Peters. Thank you.
Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Luke Marcelina.
Prime Minister, traditional part of the symposium always government's perspective. Yeah, like I said earlier, the traditional theme and overall theme of the symposium is promoting good governance and hopefully sensitizing our leaders in the community to come with policies that help the well-being of the community, St. Martin. So an important part is always government's perspective on the topic. Thank you for sharing the extensive history and government's perspective on this topic here with us today. And let's take these recommendations that will follow from the committee in written form that I will present to you later, and let's bring it to where we see that vision for St. Martin. Yes, congratulations. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Prime Minister.
And last but not least, our keynote speaker, Dr. Anders Eugene Holliday.
The gold standard. That's where we have to go, right? That's right. Okay. In putting this symposium together, we had to, like I said, go through with the committee a wide spectrum of historic figures, present persons playing their part, and the youth, like I said, to bring the future together on this topic. Your name was first and foremost on the list. You aptly were present in most all and every aspect of bringing country St. Martin to that status, country. And after that, as first governor of St. Martin, at that time, one of one. And you still contribute today. And that does not go unrecognized. As a mentor, as the second governor, we communicate often, and I appreciate that. And so you continue to contribute in that sense as well. Your recommendations, like I stated to the Prime Minister, by the committee will be put into written form, and we will present them to government, and hopefully indeed at our silver anniversary, we will achieve the gold standard. Thank you very much for your presentation today, Dr. Anders Holliday. Thank you. Thank you, Governor.
Our sincere appreciation to all our speakers and panelists for the rich discussion. Please join me once more in giving them a round of applause. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our program, and it's my hope that today's reflection have left you wiser, inspired, and energized as we continue our journey to constitutional autonomy. To close our proceeding with words of gratitude and acknowledgement, I now invite Mr. Garrick Richardson, Chair of the Symposium Organizing Committee, to deliver his vote of thanks.
Good afternoon. Before you leave, allow me to give the vote of thanks. I would like to still, as it sometimes go, we had Ms. Reyes, and I would like to still continue with 1-10-10-10. That was just whispered in my ear. Mr. Julian Larmony. All right. So, protocol having been established, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Governor of St. Martin, His Excellency Ajamu Bailey, I am, as Chairman of the Symposium Organizing Committee, pleased to deliver the words of thanks before this distinguished audience, the purpose of which has been to inform, stimulate debate, and increase knowledge and awareness on 15 years of constitutional autonomy for St. Martin, looking at our achievements, the lessons we have learned, and the prospects and how we as a country can go towards the promising future. It is our hope that you have enjoyed and benefited from the symposium, and that each one of you in your individual role within our society, as well as collaboratively, will further work on advancing our St. Martin. During this symposium, we have been offered the opportunity to find our way through what makes St. Martin, the journey. We looked back at the era period of our history and what we built to come to this greater autonomy than we had. We also heard the importance of a good transition and how we can still ensure that 15 years in, we can continue to build what we already have. We have looked at the role of Kingdom consensus laws, their role in our functioning as a constituent country within the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and the need for greater procedural clarity on their development and application. There is work to be done. We continued our journey, understanding St. Martin's resilience on the economic front, the ongoing challenges that have an impact on our finances and economy, and ways we can reform to ensure continued strengthening of our economy and sustainable growth. While still on our journey, we were able, and I say here technically able, to witness a virtual fireside chat where we touched on the nature and dynamics of St. Martin's relationship within the Kingdom and how the relationship in the future may develop. It reminds us of the need for cooperation and collaboration. We have celebrated our cultural identity and heritage, not only by our St. Martin roll call, acknowledging all from district to district who have contributed or continue to contribute to make St. Martin, but we also took note of the need for further accurate data, inclusive policies, and further and stronger cross-border cultural collaboration, understanding the challenges the people may face on St. Martin and the need to face them together. The journey continued as we looked at fulfilling the promise of country status. It is a continued journey that did not stop at the attainment of country status, but it is to be continued with a clear strategic roadmap. The journey is with a vision of St. Martin that is a gold standard for progress, governance, and innovation, aiming to transform St. Martin into a knowledge-driven digital society that is economically self-reliant, climate resilient, and powered by solar energy with a sustainability and knowledge-driven roadmap at its core. Organizing a symposium like this requires a common vision, patience, as well as interactions and collaborations on all levels of disciplines to ensure its level of success. It requires each one of us, you, those at home, to dedicate your time, efforts, and commitment to continue our journey, the journey of St. Martin. Before closing off with my vote of thanks, I want to remind the audience, as well as the organizing committee, that we are not finished yet. This year, the organizing committee proposed to release a podcast series titled Autonomous Conversations, leading up to the Governor's Symposium. The goal of this podcast series, hosted by Ms. Catherine Connor, was to inform and educate public in the lead up to the Governor's Symposium. Ms. Connor, can you please stand? This podcast focused on the history, the current status, and our future. With this, I would also like to thank Mr. Dennis Richardson, Professor Gerard Hogers, Ms. Maria Chamont, I see her still here, Mr. Lindell Wilson, and the voices of our nation for your contributions to this podcast series. The last episode, scheduled to be released on Friday, October 24th, 2025, will zoom in on highlights from this symposium and recommendations going forward on the theme of this year's symposium. On behalf of His Excellency Governor Bailey, I hereby thank everyone who has been involved in the planning and realization of this 12th Annual Governor Symposium. In this regard, I wish to single out a few persons. Please bear with me, I'm almost there. A very hearty vote of thanks to the members of the organizing committee, who I hereby invite to join me here. Ms. Cassandra Janssen, Ms. Whitney Murray, Mr. Jesse Solomon, Ms. Melanie Choisy, Mr. Emilio Calmera, and Mrs. Ariane Lindeyer. Thank you very much for all your commitment and dedication. Thank you very much. Thanks as well to the employees of the Cabinet of the Governor, Rien van Duivenvoorde, Sandra Haakmat, Sherna Arkangel, Rupshan Long, and Mr. Louis Benders. We are also grateful to Mr. Joel of the Charlotte Brookson Academy and Ms. Naya of the National Institute of Arts for their musical renditions of the Wilhelmus and our St. Martin song. Thanks to our Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Luc Mercelina, for his address and presentation from a government's perspective as it relates to the achievements of St. Martin, the lessons we have learned, and the prospects as we go forward. Sincere thanks to Dr. Rolinda Carter, Master of Ceremonies, for ensuring a smooth program. As the chair of the committee, I know we asked a lot, and you were able to deliver, and we are thankful for that. Thank you to our moderator, Ms. Kalila Peters, for ensuring interaction with both the speakers of the panel and the audience. A special word of gratitude to the speakers and panelists for accepting the invitation to speak for their interesting, informative, and inspiring addresses. Mr. Franklin Richards, Mrs. Nancy Guichard-Joubert, Mr. Jason Lista, online, Ms. Carla Vlon, Dr. Anders Jorien Welte, Mrs. Maria van der Sluis Plans, Mr. Dennis Richardson, Mr. Carl John, and also Mr. Alan Richardson. Much gratefulness to our keynote speaker, Dr. Anders Eugene Holliday, for bringing it all together with a vision for 2035, rooted in sustainability and knowledge. We would also like to say a special thank you to the high schools who participated in the Creative Youth Vision Contest, specifically Learning Unlimited, Milton Peters College, St. Martin Academy, and St. Martin Academy Vocational Business Campus. And congratulations to the winner and the finalists. We encourage all to read the 3 winning submissions in the booklet. Thank you to our stakeholders and all our vendors. There is quite a list, and therefore I will not single out anyone, but merely say thank you. Trust me when I say we are truly grateful for all your contributions. And thanks to you, the audience, for your presence and participation today. The interest in and the attendance to this year's symposium was great, and we are truly thankful for this. We encourage all to view episodes 1 to 3 on the YouTube page of the Governor of St. Martin of the Autonomous Conversations, and look out for our last final episode, as I mentioned earlier. On behalf of the members of the organizing committee of the 2025 Governor's Symposium, I would like to thank all those who provided us with the opportunity to dedicate our time to this event. A special thanks to His Excellency Governor Bailey for not only continuing the organizing of the symposium on a yearly basis with a purpose to promote good governance and to advance well-being of our people of St. Martin, but also allowing this committee to introduce new innovative ideas, such as acknowledging the growing adoption of AI. In closing, each one of us, the organizing committee, would like to thank you, Excellency Governor Bailey, for the honor and privilege of coordinating this event and entrusting us to develop this year's program with all its moving parts. As a committee, we will continue to work beyond today to provide the Governor with a report containing our recommendations regarding this topic. And we encourage all present and those at home viewing or listening to the live stream to continue to work to build St. Martin the way we collectively envision it to be. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for being with us this morning and now this afternoon. It has been a great pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Please hold your space a few more seconds, sorry. As we conclude this 12th edition of the Governor's Symposium, we leave not only with insights and inspiration, but also a small keepsake, a symbol of growth and renewal. As you depart, you will receive a plant pot made entirely from recycled plastic, created by the clients of the Sister Basilia Center at the Perpetual Plastic Workspace in Colby. Inside is a seed from the Ligma vita plant, also known as the tree of life. Its symbol is powerful. Nation building is like planting a seed. It requires patience, care, and faith in the future. What we build and nurture today will shape the St. Martin of tomorrow. So plant it with pride and nurture it with hope, as we all do our part for a stronger, more resilient, united St. Martin. We would also love to hear from you, so inside your keepsake, you'll find a QR code that links to a short feedback survey, also featured here. Please take a moment to share your thoughts on today's symposium. Your input helps us to grow and improve each year. Ladies and gentlemen, with those words, I also want to say thank you for having me as your master of ceremonies today. It has been truly an honor to serve you. This concludes our 12th edition of the Governor's Symposium. I now ask that you please stand for the departure of His Excellency, the Governor of St. Martin, Mr. Ajamu Bailey, and Mrs. Bailey Colfin. Thank you. Thank you once again for being here with us, and remember to get your pot and plant your tree of life. Thank you once again.
Thank you.